Hey, welcome on in, guys. Good to see everyone. Bixen, Nectarius, JSAM, Gorlab. Good to see you guys. Welcome on in. Let's do some good old MGS1 in-depth stuff. So these in-depth runs, I'm gonna go through MGS1 through 4 in the next few days. And these in-depth runs can take a long time. So what we're doing is we're splitting it into multiple streams so that I don't get burned out or tired or stuff like that. And I can take it easy, without having to worry about finishing it in one sitting. I think is the way to go about it. Let's do it. Aaron 108, thank you for the 26 months resub. We're going to create content and not context. Good to see you, Bassett, Safi, Dizzle, Phantom Cigar, AJ, welcome in, guys. Maybe we should do integral or an in-depth run, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna do the briefing.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by next-generation special forces.
And before, why is
led by
Snake
members
blonde?
of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss. And they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim.
I only did one yesterday because I started so late. I was tired as hell. I was fucking up on this
High-tech
basic
Special
thing.
Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound's squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake.
The man with the same codename as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by Codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes, this is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
Scam Crane. Gorlab, thanks for gifting sub to Fab912. Side210 with the 81 months. Thank you so much. Good to see you. You guys ready for the MGS1 remake? Hold on, let's turn on the analog and do the briefing and then quit after the first one. This is on PS3.
It's been a long time, Snake.
I should have known you were behind this, Colonel.
That's no way to greet an old war buddy, Snake.
What do you want from me?
I just invited you here so we could have a talk.
Invited? That's what you call sending armed soldiers after me?
Sorry if they were a little rough with you. But we've got a serious situation here. Only you can get us out of it.
I'm retired from Foxhound. You're not my commander anymore, and I don't have to take orders from you or anyone else.
You will take these orders. I know it.
Excuse me.
Who's this?
Dr. Naomi Hunter. She's chief of Foxhound's medical staff, and an expert in gene therapy.
Are you military?
No, civilian. I've been sent here from ATGC. Pleasure to meet you, Snake. Don't worry, this injection won't hurt a bit.
What's the shot for?
What's wrong? You don't like shots?
Snake, listen up. It all went down 5 hours ago. Heavily armed soldiers occupied Shadow Moses Island, a remote island off the coast of Alaska.
What soldiers?
Next Generation Special Forces, led by members of Unit Foxhound. They've presented Washington with a single demand, and they say that if it isn't met, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
A nuclear weapon?
I'm afraid so. You see, the island is the site of a secret nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Foxhound hijacking a nuclear weapon?
Now you understand how serious the situation is. You'll have 2 mission objectives. First, you're to rescue the DARPA Chief, Donald Anderson, and the President of Arms Tech, Kenneth Baker. They're both being held as hostages.
Those are some heavy-duty hostages.
Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to launch a nuclear strike, and stop them if they do. Any questions, Snake?
Questions? I haven't even said whether I'd accept this mission.
Well, you can make up your mind after you hear more about the situation.
Questions. King Space Arbs, thanks for the 8 months. Yanniku with a 55. Gorlab with another gift sub to Crosshair and Beast Frisian with the 24 months. Thank you guys. So right now Snake doesn't want to do the mission at all. We can actually reflect that in our actions. If you exit here, you'll get the tape about precisely that. Only after the first one, if you don't do any others, you just exit, you'll get that one. Other than that, we'll do all the others in order, because there's a little timer in the top left that is actually the timeline of all these conversations happening. So this one actually jumps way ahead. It's like 18 minutes in, and the Snake wants to leave.
Colonel, I don't work for the government anymore. Let me go back to Twin Lakes.
Why, Snake? Is your life in Alaska all that great?
There's a dog sled race this week. Next Saturday, I have to be in Anchorage.
The Iditarod? The longest sled race in the world? When did you become a dog musher?
Right now, my 50 Huskies are my only family. I've got to take care of them.
Don't worry about your dogs.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Snake, but this vessel is headed for the Bering Sea. There's no room for debate.
I told you, even if I do owe you, I don't owe anything to this army or this country.
You will accept this assignment.
Why should I be stupid enough to do that? I'm no patriot.
Snake, there's enough dirt in your file from your days as an agent to keep you in the stockade until you're a very old man.
Oh, I see. Blackmail.
No, Snake. I prefer to look at it as helping you come to a decision more easily. But anyway, I know you better than that. You'd take this assignment even without the threat.
Why do you say that?
You're a natural-born soldier. You're not the grow old gracefully type. It's the same for all of us who've seen real action. The only place we can feel truly alive is on the battlefield. I'm a soldier too. I know those feelings of powerlessness, frustration that you feel every day. You've tried to play the Boy Scout out there in Alaska, but you can't race dogs in the snow forever. Why don't you come back to us and be a soldier again?
You think my life is some kind of a joke?
Snake, I just want to give you back your purpose in life.
Yeah, a lot of people never heard this because not everybody bothers to go into the briefing menu. So some people miss this and then they're like, well, Campbell's a fucking asshole, but you have to remember that he's being also forced to do this since Meryl's life is at stake as a way to manipulate him. They transferred Meryl to the base. Now he's forced to get Snake on board as well. And then his awards there closely resemble Big Boss's awards at the end of Metal Gear 2. The whole bit about giving Snake his purpose in life on the battlefield. A lot of Snake's character development is about breaking out of that. And it really begins at the end of Metal Gear 2 with Big Boss telling him the same thing. You care for nothing, only for battle. And then Campbell kind of says the same thing here. That's your purpose in life. And then MGS1's character development for Snake is about breaking free of that. And on MGS2, when Snake becomes his MGS2 self, it is after he breaks away from that. And, you know, well, MGS2's ending. Unfortunately, a lot of people didn't get that. But, and the MGS2 intro, we see a strand of DNA breaking apart and turning into a snake, and that symbolizes Snake breaking free of his genetic destiny, you know, Fox Die not killing him, and him finding something other than, you know, just the battlefield, meaning on the battlefield. So it starts at the end of Metal Gear 2, and then through MGS1's character development, ultimately becoming his MGS2 self. So for Snake, that's, you know, the context of being a soldier, being, you know, born to be a soldier and trying to break away from that and find something else, because MGS1's message is all about breaking free of your genetic fate. Like, if your genes are predisposed for something, that doesn't mean that that's all you can do with your life. Essentially, that's the message behind MGS1. For Snake, the context is being a soldier, being good at killing people or finding meaning on the battlefield, however you want to word it. And it's all about breaking away from that. And he sort of does it in MGS2 until people didn't get it and became a fucking mess in MGS4. Exactly, Koala. But Kojima also wanted people to see this in real life with their own context. Whatever you might feel that your genetic fate might be, MGS1's message is that you shouldn't be tied to your genetic fate. Your genes are only your potential destiny. And in Kojima's words, I shit you not, if you go look at, I think either the making of MGS1 or making of MGS2, I think MGS1, but it could have been an MGS2 talking about MGS1. In Kojima's words, maybe if a fat kid plays MGS1, he won't blame his genes for being fat anymore and will go out and play sports anyway. So MGS1 is all about, if you feel bad about your genetic fate because you think you're predisposed towards something by your genes, you should break away from that and go do it anyway. And Kojima made the example of a fat kid who blames his genes for being fat. Maybe if he plays MGS1, he'll go out and play sports anyway. It's like, I must not be tied to my genetic fate. And that's what MGS1 is really about. With, of course, a big sprinkle of, you know, anti-war, anti-nuclear message to it. But the main theme is genes. The main theme is is breaking away from your genetic fate. Anyway, so for the rest of these, we're gonna go in order. So after mission description, we have infiltration method. These are not always in the order they appear in.
Tell me about the nuclear weapon disposal facility.
The disposal facility includes a hardened underground base. Even with our most advanced intelligence gathering equipment, we can't tell what's happening inside.
So someone needs to penetrate, gather intelligence, and report back. Sounds like a spy movie. What's the insertion method?
Well, an air insertion is impossible.
Not with this storm going on.
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
Approach?
Yes, within a few miles of it. The facility is equipped with sonar detection capabilities. They'd be able to hear our engine or propeller noise.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV.
Launch?
Same as a torpedo, only this has no propulsion device of its own. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim.
You want me to swim in sub-zero Alaskan water?
Don't worry. That suit represents the latest advances in polythermal technology. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes. This is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
I know that you're probably not trolling, but this is actually a thing that comes up all the time and people troll with here. Why is Snake blonde? He's not. Long story short, Snake is not blonde. He was never blonde. What you're looking at here is lighting effects. If you look at the art style of these scenes, it alternates a dark area and a lighter area, and it's the two colors sort of alternate. So if you look at the rest of what's around Snake and his face and how it alternates around his body, dark light, dark light, dark light, when it goes to his hair, it's light. So it's limited by color, it's limited by lighting, it's limited by art style. Snake does do something to his hair at the end of this, but he does not dye his hair. A lot of people think Snake was originally blonde, he dyes his hair. No. Snake was not blonde in the two previous games before this, and he didn't know anything about liquid, yeah? Snake never had blonde hair. But this is further confusing because originally Pliskin was supposed to have blonde hair in MGS2 as part of his disguise, so some people think, oh, Snake was blonde. But long story short, it's the lighting, it's the color, it's the art style. What are we doing next? Hostages. Yeah, it's something that always comes up here.
Nanomachines, son.
Or that, it's nanomachines.
Chief of DARPA and the president of an arms manufacturing company. What business did they have at a nuclear weapons disposal facility?
The truth is that secret exercises were being conducted at the time the terrorist group attacked.
Must be extremely important exercises if those two were directly involved. Were they testing some kind of new advanced weapon?
I'm not privy to that information.
Do we know exactly where they're being held?
The DARPA Chief has also been injected with a mini transmitter. As you get closer, you should be able to pick up his location on your radar.
Nomad is always out there saying wrong things to try and trigger me. I notice like the whole stream you do nothing but say things are slightly off, slightly wrong to trigger me. Yeah, it's just a low effort troll, I guess. Like I said, Snake gives himself a haircut, but he does not dye his hair. And if you want to take, not that you should, but if you want to take Twin Snakes as any sort of reference or truth, in the briefing for Twin Snakes, Snake doesn't have blonde hair because he was never supposed to be
with Meryl.
blonde. Hey, we got an anonymous 500 bits to kill Meryl. Thank you, anonymous benefactor. We will be putting that on screen soon. Oh shit, you know what? The last donation award was actually for the end. I gotta change that. Meryl's... Wait. So, hold on. typing involved professional streamer, by the way. Alright. Thank you. Whoever did that. We now have a donation war going for Meryl. You guys can use bits or donate. If you'd like to support the channel, you can decide which ending we're going with. As you might be aware, MGS1 has 2 endings. And as a little way to support the channel and interact with the channel, people like to do these here, donation wars, to pick the ending. And there will be a clear point in the game where we have to pick the ending, and then we'll stop the count. But yeah, right now we got 500 bits to kill Meryl from an anonymous benefactor. Thank you. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, not that you should take Twin Snakes in any way, shape, or form seriously, but if Snake was supposed to be blonde, I'm pretty sure he would be blonde there as well in the briefing, and he's not, so. Also, there's 2 games before this in which Snake does not have blonde hair, so. Let's just end with the freaking blonde hair myth, because that's enough. Let me see what's next in the timeline. After hostages, we have nuclear weapons. Okay.
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuclear missile?
They say they do. They even gave us the serial number of the warhead they plan to use.
Was the number confirmed?
I'm afraid so. At the very least, they've got their hands on a real nuclear warhead.
Isn't there some kind of safety device to prevent this type of terrorism?
Yes. Every missile and warhead in our arsenal is equipped with a PAL, which uses a discrete detonation code.
PAL?
Permissive Action Link. The safety control system built into all nuclear weapons systems. But even so, we can't rest easy.
Why not?
Because the DARPA Chief knows the detonation code.
But even if they have a nuclear warhead, it must have been removed from its missile. All the missiles on these disposal sites are supposed to be dismantled. It's not that easy to get your hands on an ICBM.
That used to be true. But since the end of the Cold War, you can get anything if you have enough money and the right connections.
What is this Mission 19 memory all about? Bano, thank you for the 3 months. Jay Birdo, thank you for the 7 months. Yellows with the 60 months. Thank you guys. Well, what are you guys on about? What's Mission 19? Like from the Phantom Pain? What is even... Oh, it was Mission 19. Hold on, I don't remember. It's the one with the fucking vehicles going all over the place and then people getting stuck under the vehicle and being pooped out in real time. Mission complete, and how? What? I failed to see. No, the Phantom Truck is 16. You got your mission. I mean, there's a Phantom car in 19. That game is a fucking mess, man. Every fucking mission is a Phantom something. We will do a bunch of in-depth runs for the next few streams, and then we will do some Phantom Pain nonsense as well. Don't worry. After nuclear weapons, there is demand. Okay, I'm just trying to go in order here. Fish in 19.
So what exactly are they demanding?
A person's remains.
Remains?
That's right. To be more accurate, cell specimens which contain the individual's genomic information.
Cell specimens? Why would they want that?
The terrorists need them. You see, these next-generation special forces have been strengthened through gene therapy.
Strengthened?
You've heard of the Human Genome Project. They've been mapping the human genome, and they're nearly finished. Following up on this research, the military has been working towards identifying those genes which are responsible for making effective soldiers.
There are genes that do that?
Yes. And using gene therapy, they're able to transplant those genes into regular soldiers.
Gene therapy?
I'll explain this part. With gene therapy, we can remove those genes which we know may lead to sickness or disease, and at the same time splice in genes with beneficial effects, such as resistance to cancer, for example.
In other words, we can overcome all sorts of genetic diseases and at the same time add genetic characteristics as desired.
Okay. And so if you knew what genes were responsible for making the perfect soldier, you could implant them in the same way, right?
Yes, we could.
But it all depends on being able to isolate and identify those soldier genes.
And in order to do that, it's helpful if you can study the genomic information of one of the greatest soldiers ever.
Yeah, it is a fair question, but unfortunately it turned into kind of a mean trolling thing here. Why is Snake blonde? Why is Snake blonde? Yeah. Hey, I was curious too.
One of the greatest soldiers ever?
The man they call the greatest warrior of the 20th century.
You don't mean Big Boss.
That's right. We've been working feverishly to identify the genes responsible for his incredible combat skill. So far, we've discovered about 60 of the so-called soldier genes.
So his body was recovered after all.
Yes, and his cells have remained frozen in a cryo chamber. His genomic information is a priceless treasure to mankind.
Priceless to the military, perhaps.
His body was burned severely, but it was possible to restore his DNA profile from just a single strand of his hair.
You people are amazing. And then you're gonna transplant those genes into soldiers?
Yes. We'll use a process that I discovered called gene targeting. The strongest soldiers don't become what they are by acquiring their skills through training or experience. We now know that hereditary factors are far more crucial for creating superior soldiers.
Snake, we can't give them his body. It's potentially more dangerous than all the nuclear warheads on that island put together.
I hear the terrorists are calling themselves the Sons of Big Boss.
The Sons of Big Boss?
Hey, Glenn Q with a 94. Thank you so much. If you really want to see Snake be blonde with long hair, you have to play in Mystery Mode VR missions. There's a level in which Snake actually does disguise himself as Liquid with a wig. Okay, now armament.
How well armed are these terrorists? I know there was an exercise going on at the time they revolted.
They're heavily armed, I'm afraid.
What about their battle experience?
The 6 members of Foxhound in charge are all hardened veterans. They're tough enough to eat nails and ask for seconds.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Foxhound.
The others are next-generation special forces. They're not your average grunts either.
Isn't this more detailed in Twin Snakes? I hope you're kidding. I can't think of a single thing that's more detailed in Twin Snakes. You know what the briefing is like in Twin Snakes? First of all, sound design, what's that? There's no sound effects whatsoever. It's just completely mute background with talking voices with no like sound effects or tone to it. Then the voice acting is complete shit and puts you to sleep and everybody's asleep. And then the characters, again, with no sound effects, even though they move around a lot, they start doing the most random shit. Like Campbell checks his zipper, Snake starts pushing him around, Naomi starts fixing her stockings or whatever. What else did they do? Campbell checks how fat his stomach is. Snake does finger guns every once in a while. It's like and none of that has any sound effects to it. Well, yeah, no, see, if that was a legitimate question maybe, but it was a bad idea. Anyway, let's move on. Fucking Twin Snakes, because you can never tell who's actually serious about it.
Tell me about these next-generation special forces.
They started out as an anti-terrorist special ops unit, made up of former members of biochem units, technical escort units, and the nuclear emergency search team. Their purpose was to respond to threats involving next-generation weapons of mass destruction, including NBC weapons.
Until they were added, that is.
Who's they?
These guys didn't start out as regular army.
Looks like a pretty international group. Mercenaries?
Yeah, and it gets worse. Most of them were from a merc agency that I think you're familiar with. They were part of Big Boss's private guard. And after Big Boss went down, the military just bought out all their contracts.
Outer heaven.
After that, they were merged with our own VR unit, Force 21, and retrained. If you ask me, these so-called next-generation special forces should be called simulated soldiers. They have no real battle experience.
Video game players, huh?
Don't forget they've all been strengthened with gene therapy. They carry genes which make them excellent soldiers. Don't get careless just because they don't have much experience.
I thought using genetically modified soldiers was prohibited by international law.
Yes, but those are just declarations, not actual treaties.
The interesting thing is that nearly every member of the unit conspired in this attack.
Does anybody ask why Snake is blonde in the last 30 seconds?
How could an entire unit be subverted to rebellion?
They're calling it a revolution.
Since they all went through the same gene therapy, they probably felt closer than brothers. They see the unit as their only family.
The sons of Big Boss. But if they were regular army, they must have been interviewed periodically by army counselors.
According to their files, they all got straight A's on their psychological tests. They all seemed like fine, upstanding, patriotic soldiers.
But they all took part in the uprising?
No, several people didn't show up on the day of the exercise. That's why there was a resupply of troops.
Was there any sign recently that something might be wrong?
There was a report a month ago that they were acting strangely.
Apparently they consulted classified information about the soldier genes and performed their own gene therapy experiments.
They can do that even without you?
Well, our gene therapy process is almost completely automated. And besides that, they're all geniuses with IQs over 180.
Even the existence of this genome army is a national secret of the highest order. We've been hoping to investigate this thing quietly and deal with it behind closed doors.
I think Nomad is playing as a credible, maybe plausible deniability troll, where what he says seems innocent enough, but it's always slightly wrong, just a tiny bit. He's either really confused or every single thing he says is wrong. Like, what are the chances? Come on. But we'll let it slide for now.
High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of. An elite group combining firepower and expertise. They're every bit as good as when I was commanding them.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter.
Looks like a lovely bunch of folks. Too bad we'll be meeting under these circumstances.
And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound's squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake?
Yes. And you're the only person who can stand against him.
Snake is not gonna have long hair much longer. That's another thing that confuses people, I guess. Snake does do something to his hair, but all he does is give himself a haircut. He doesn't dye it. And actually, after learning about Liquid, that's when he wants to leave. 18 minutes
Liquid
in.
Snake.
Liquid Snake. The man with the same codename as you.
Tell me what you know.
He fought in the Gulf War as a teenager, the youngest person in the SAS. His job was to track down and destroy mobile Scud missile launching platforms. You were there too, I believe. Didn't you infiltrate Western Iraq with a platoon of Green Berets?
I was just a kid myself back then.
The details are classified, but it seems that originally he penetrated the Middle East as a sleeper for the SIS.
He was a spy for the British Secret Intelligence Service?
But he never once showed his face in Century House. He was taken prisoner in Iraq, and after that there was no trace of him for several years. After you retired, he was rescued and became a member of Foxhound.
I thought that by the time I left, they were no longer using code names.
I don't know his real name. That information is so highly classified that even I can't look at it. Here's a photo of him. Pretty shocking, huh? His skin tone is different, but otherwise you two are exact duplicates.
I have a twin?
I don't know the details, but it seems so. That's why we really need you for this mission.
You're the only one who can beat him. Now that I've met you, I know. You've got something that he doesn't. I can see it in your eyes.
Why don't I find that thought more comforting?
Also, Kojima kind of fucked up the whole dominant and recessive gene thing. And also, I shit you not, he specifically mentioned that Snake and Liquid should have different hair color because otherwise players might not be able to tell them apart. So, yeah, it is wrong on so many levels. Now is when Snake would want to leave. Oh, I fucked up. I skipped time limit. Oh well, it's a short one.
What's the time limit?
24 hours. They say they'll launch after 24 hours.
Do they say what the target will be?
So far, they haven't mentioned the target.
When did the countdown start?
5 hours ago.
We literally just played a tape about why Snake wants to get out. Because he doesn't give a shit about any of this. Okay, so now... These, okay.
Colonel,
DS2.
you're retired. Why are you involved in this?
Because there aren't many people who know Foxhound as well as I do.
Is that really the only reason?
I've been soldiering for a long time. I don't know anything else. I guess even though I'm getting a little old, I still love to be in the field.
Colonel, you're a lousy liar. Tell me the real reason.
Okay, Snake. Sorry. I'll be frank. A person very dear to me is being held hostage.
Who is it?
My niece, Meryl.
What was your niece doing here?
Several soldiers were reported missing the day of the revolt. And my niece was one of those called in as an emergency replacement.
She looks like you.
She's my little brother's girl. He died in the Gulf War, and since then I've been watching after her.
A personal motive, Colonel. That's not very soldierly.
I'm retired. I'm just an old man now. And I'm your friend.
Since when are we friends?
I've thought of us as friends since the fall of Zanzibar.
With my personality, I don't have too many friends.
That's what I trust about you. It's what makes you human. Please, Snake. Save my niece, Meryl.
All right. But I have two conditions.
Name them.
1, no more secrets between us. I want complete disclosure at all times. And 2, I'll only accept orders directly from you, Colonel. No cutoffs involved, okay?
Agreed. That's why I was called. But one thing.
What?
I'm not a colonel anymore. Just a retired old warhorse.
I understand, Colonel.
Are you seriously trying to make an argument as to why Snake is blonde? Here comes one more, and then finally,
That
Snake's
doctor,
haircut.
is she part of this operation too?
She was in charge of Foxhound's gene therapy. She knows more about those men than anyone else.
You mean you've seen them naked?
Make no mistake, I'm not a nurse. I'm a scientist.
By the way, what was that injection for?
It's a combination of nanomachines and an anti-freezing peptide so that your blood and other bodily fluids don't freeze, even at subarctic temperatures.
Nanomachines?
Not just one kind, either. There are different types which will replenish the supply of adrenaline, nutrition, and sugar in your bloodstream.
Now I don't have to worry about food.
I also put some nootropics in there.
Say what?
Nootropics. A class of drugs which will help improve your mental functioning.
It'll make me smarter, huh? Anything else?
Yes. Benzedrine. It's a type of stimulant. It'll keep you alert and responsive for 12 straight hours.
That was quite a cocktail. Anything else in there?
Those nanomachines will also keep your Codec's batteries charged up.
I guess I can call you when I'm ready to go on a diet.
You're welcome.
Definitely no killer virus in there or anything. Did I completely skip this one too? Oh well. We got a $5 donation from the Joker himself. It's simple. We killed a Meryl. I don't know how I keep messing it up, but whatever. We can play it now. Thank you. Some people just want to watch Meryl burn.
Naturally, I'm representing the U.S. government.
So who's in supervisory control of this operation?
The President of the United States.
Which means that the President must be meeting with his top aides in the map room about now, huh?
No, at this point they're still video conferencing with each other.
If that's a real nuclear warhead, shouldn't they issue a COG?
Not yet. The Secretary of Defense has operational control and is fully aware of the situation. After you infiltrate, if you determine they possess nuclear launch capabilities, a COG will be issued.
Well, if they haven't relocated to the nuclear shelter under Mount Washington, I suppose there isn't that much reason to worry yet. Is the National Security Agency in on this?
Yes. So is the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency.
The DIA? I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
They'll be sending us some support.
We don't need desk jockeys. We need a nuclear weapons specialist.
Of course. A nuclear weapons specialist has already been assigned to us.
Ah, yes. The gentleman named Penis Pump donated $1 to save Meryl. Thank you. Shit, I thought we had... Oh, well. I just completely missed this one.
We need backup from a specialist. I'm just an amateur when it comes to nuclear weapons.
I know. That's why I've requested the assistance of a military analyst named Nastasha Romanenko. She'll be providing you backup by Codec.
A female analyst?
She's built up an impressive record as an advisor for the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. Contact her if you have any questions. She's also an expert on high-tech weapons.
Where's she working from?
At her home in Los Angeles.
California. Seems like 1,000,000 miles away.
Volkakurt What the fuck are you on about? Nyoka Yempembe. But of course. I don't watch Kojima trailers. Did you guys learn nothing? I do not watch Kojima trailers. I didn't watch them in 2015. I didn't watch them any year after that. Anyway, here comes Snake's haircut.
I need to borrow your scissors.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry, just gonna clean myself up a little.
Huh?
I don't want to be mistaken for the leader of the terrorists.
Kojima is so far gone that nothing he comes up could possibly excite me anymore. And that is the reality of it. Let me play my 24-year-old Kojima game that actually delivers. And let's let the intro play again. Voice of God. Yeah.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by next-generation special forces, being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss, and they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim.
Wow, that's an impressive theory.
High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaven.
Love things with fight bugs.
And Revolver Ocelot,
Old age.
specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake.
The man with the same code name as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by Codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes, this is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
Alright, let's do it. Technically letting Meryl die of old age is saving her, but I get what you mean.
Stay alert. He'll be through here. I know it. I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
Yes, I need a lot of help. Please backseat as best you can.
Colonel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake?
Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface, but make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
We should do a backseating only stream, just to see what people come up with. I think we're gonna clear this area. This guy can go. The FAMAS in this game because it's a blocky rifle, easy to make in PS1 polygons. Oh cool, we got our one ration here. We kill this guy too, and then wait for the third guy in the elevator. We'll get a little alert. So there's something cool you can only do during an alert or evasion here, but now I gotta wait for the third guy. In this area, enemies don't respawn, even if you get caught and you kill them. Because this actually was not supposed to be the first area. The first area was supposed to be the heliport. The dock was added later as an afterthought, as sort of like an introductory or tutorial area to tell the player about the sneaking nature of the game. They give you an easy area with no respawning enemies. And then we're waiting for the credits. What we're really waiting for is not the elevator, but the credits. Once the credits on screen are over, that's when the elevator comes. So throwing the players straight into the heliport, they thought that would have been too much apparently. So we get a little relaxed tutorial area with no respawning enemies in the dock. I'm Rib, thank you 48 months. So we're gonna do a little something before, because the elevator's just about to get here because the credits are over.
Snake, don't forget this is a covert operation. There are lots of bad guys and only one of you. If you're spotted, you'll be surrounded before you know it.
If that happens, you're finished.
First, go to the...
Okay. I mean, this game literally has built-in backseating. All the people who get lost and confused in MGS1, it's because they're not calling Colonel.
Snake, just to make sure.
Let's not. Okay, so he's going through a lot of the controls and features right now. There's actually an interesting call here.
First, go to the...
But a lot of times he just tells you where to go and it's annoying.
Snake, don't...
Oh yeah, they really want to tell you that you're supposed to avoid
don't forget.
combat and stuff like that.
If you're spotted, all...
Okay, here's explaining alert mode, evasion mode. This is a PS3, PS1 digital version from the PSN store. Not a disc, but it's pretty much
still don't...
really close. I almost wanted to do this on
Your
PS2
true gauge is automatically
with
displayed
an actual
whenever you're
disc.
underwater or surrounded by gas.
Okay, so now we're getting the 2 gauge tutorial. So these always go in the same order, and eventually we'll get a tutorial about corner view. That's the interesting one.
Snake.
Blah blah blah, this is intrusion view.
Snake, when you're up against
There it
certain
is.
walls or obstacles, you can look behind you while you're still hidden. We call that corner view mode. Use it skillfully to see the openings in your enemy's actions and avoid being spotted while advancing.
In corner view mode, you can hit the wall to make a noise by pressing the action button.
So I can trick the enemy and lure him my way, huh?
You're good at tricking people, aren't you?
Only beautiful women like yourself.
Here it is. So it's just a tutorial call telling you about corner view, which is basically this. When you press against the corner, you can see behind it. But it also serves as a little exchange between Naomi and Snake. You can tell a little bit of what's going on between them. It's a little interaction, which you can tell that Naomi is somewhat resentful towards Snake for something. You're good at tricking people, aren't you? And then Snake uses that as an occasion to flirt with her. Only beautiful women like yourself. So, in MGS1, the tutorial call only served as a little exchange between the characters, a little foreshadowing of what the characters' relationships are between Snake and Naomi. But this call actually comes back in MGS2. And in MGS2, even though it's just Raiden talking to the Colonel AI, the call is basically there word for word, but it's the Colonel by himself reciting the whole thing. So in MGS2, it's back, but the Colonel just says the whole thing, including the exchange between Snake and Naomi. And in MGS2, it's just a way to tell you that the Colonel is taking lines that you'd expect or know from MGS1 and put them straight into MGS2 as a kind of a copy and paste thing. It's almost like the AI is being too literal, too exact. So it's crazy. It's a crazy detail actually in MGS2 that they expect you to know and remember that call from MGS1, and it's an early foreshadowing detail in MGS2 that the Colonel is just taking shit straight from MGS1 and putting it into MGS2 as a, you know, simulation thing. And that MGS2 is playing with your expectations and experiences from MGS1. It's just like the Colonel correcting himself when he says, when we need to reach you, contact you. You know, it's taking that word for word from MGS1. And it does it for a main call. It also does it for this little tutorial call. So it has context in both MGS1 and 2, but completely different. So another cool thing you can do here, if you get caught during an alert or evasion, you can dive in there. Oh, and they hear a splash sound. Is your O2 gauge bigger in Doc? No, it's actually not. That's the thing in MGS2. When you have the little respirator in MGS2 as Raiden, yes, your O2 gauge is bigger. I think it probably goes down slower right now, but no, not really, because if you pay attention, Snake does not have his little breathing equipment anymore in his mouth. He just has the mask. But in 2, when you're Raiden, you have the mask with the respirator, and so in 2 you get a huge O2 gauge when you're just starting as Raiden. Solus Ace, thank you for the donation. $5.27. Just want to wish you a happy Christmas. I want to thank you for a year of entertainment and many game runs. We're moving in our first house. Maybe I'm not able to watch for a while. Kill Meryl, please. Damn, Solidus Ace. You know what a fucking achievement it is in these days and age to like own a house? That does sound like a lot of work. I know moving is stressful. Thank you so much for your $5.27 and best of luck with the move. Let me add that. It's probably some... He either wants me to fuck with decimals or it's some conversion thing from another currency. Windows? I could afford a place like this. That's 5 years. Okay. Okay, now that we did all these calls and all this fucking around here, Campbell is gonna say that I am slow and rusty to get to the heliport. And it's actually really easy to manage alerts in MGS1 because even in areas where enemies respawn, they only send one at a time after you, unless you go somewhere where the other enemies are guarding. You only have to deal with one. Yeah, there's a call about getting spotted. Isn't Campbell like You didn't waste any time getting spotted, did you? Ah, looks like your cover is blown. But yeah, now he's definitely gonna call me slow. Just by doing that extra corner view call, he always calls you slow. Even though the codec technically freezes time, but whatever. Ah, I guess you're getting a little rusty. That took a long time. George M1987, thank you for the nice 69 months. You guys were really killing Meryl today, huh?
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
That took a long time. I guess you're feeling a little rusty.
Fuck you, Campbell,
Don't
you do
worry.
it.
It's been a while, but it's all coming back to me.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska, you know.
Take it easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
An anti-freezing peptide, Snake. All of the genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested, huh? By the way, how's the diversionary operation going?
2 F-16s just took off from Galena and are headed your way. The terrorist radar should have already picked them up.
Behind D. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no idea, but it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed. There are only 18 hours left until their deadline. You've got to hurry.
Wow, you must be crazy to fly a hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that? Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced you to yet. This is Mei Ling. She was assigned to us as our visual and data processing specialist. She designed your codec, as well as your Soliton radar system. Contact her if you have any questions about either of them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours.
Come on. I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake. But I'm surprised. You're very frank for a trained killer.
Looks like we both have a lot to learn about each other.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to learning about the man behind the legend.
We'll be monitoring your movements by radar, so contact us by codec anytime you want.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
Seriously, Snake, we're here to back you up, so call if you need some information or advice.
I'm also in charge of your mission data. Contact me if you want me to record your current status. My frequency is 140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving data. Don't forget it.
Remember, except for your binoculars, you're naked. You need to arm yourself with whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in that position.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
I'll hold you to that, Doctor. By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
If you want to get in, there's the front door. It's the fastest way, but there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right.
Wait, what?
They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
If I understand correctly, that's what you're trying to do to the decimals. Right, Solidus A's, thanks for the 473 to fix the decimals.
What about the air duct near the door? There should also be a duct on the second floor.
I can't see it from here.
I'll let you decide the best COA. I'm counting on you, Snake.
H. Sicky, thank you so much for 20 months. Killer Motion with the 89, thank you. Alright, so we will actually not pick these up. We won't pick anything up. Actually, wait. I keep changing my mind here, because when you first find a weapon, that's when the Colonel first tells you about Nastasia, so that's a good call actually, but then we also need to get rid of it for another something. I had Blood Sands with a 98, thank you so much.
Good, you've got yourself a weapon. To use it, first hold down the R2 button to enter weapon mode. Then select the weapon you want with the directional button. After you've selected the weapon you want, let go of the R2 button to exit weapon mode. The weapon you selected should appear in your hand. To use the weapon, follow the directions displayed in the window. If you use the R1 button, you can equip your weapon more quickly. While you're barehanded, press the R1 button to equip the last weapon you used. Press the R1 button while you're holding a weapon to be barehanded again. Don't fire your gun needlessly, or you might be discovered. If you had a gun with a suppressor, it would be a different story. If you have any questions about weapons or equipment, you should ask our military analyst, Nastasia. Her frequency is 141.52.
Alright, so that's how we can learn Nastasia's frequency first in the game. Or technically in I don't know if the briefing shows you her frequency. Maybe not, actually.
This is Nastasia Romanenko. A pleasure to work with you, Solid Snake.
You're the nuclear specialist that the Colonel mentioned?
That's me. You can ask me anything about nukes that you want. I am also a military analyst, so I have an extensive knowledge of weapon systems as well. They asked me to participate in this operation as a supervisor from the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. I was happy to accept. We must not allow terrorists to get their hands on nuclear weapons of any kind. I hope I can help you to stop them.
You're a tough lady.
Those terrorists are serious about launching a nuclear weapon? The world cannot stand by idly and allow that to happen, and neither can I. Unfortunately, all I can do from here is provide you with information.
Hopefully that'll be enough. Another soldier here wouldn't make a difference anyway. It's good to work with you, Nastasia.
Same here, Snake.
Every time Snake says that, I always picture like Nastasia being like a second player, second co-op person here. Like, what? She wants to join Snake. We will be calling Nastasia a lot because most of the good optional calls in MGS1 are all Nastasia's. mixing in the real life, politics, geopolitics details and stuff like that, and weapon stuff with the Metal Gear universe stuff. Nastasia has a lot of really good calls, and originally she was gonna have a much bigger role, many more calls, and be like a main character. But as it turned out, like, she has a lot of things to talk about and a lot of stuff, and I thought that was too much. So she is now a completely optional character that you can play the entire game without once calling Nastasia. But I highly advise that you do, because like I said, some of the best calls in MGS1 are hers. Yeah, that's how you first learn about her, or her frequency. Let's see. Sion, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Warfighter with 7. Thank you.
That's a chaff grenade. It's a special grenade that disperses thin, narrow metallic strips of various lengths and frequency responses. It can confuse electronic equipment. It will be useful against machines which depend upon electronic sensors. Naturally, for it to be effective, you must use it before you are attacked. If you are expecting an attack, spread the chaff beforehand.
One of 2 unrealistic weapons in MGS1. The chaff grenade, and the other one is Nikita. Incidentally.
Security cameras? Duh. That is the wireless type which transmits visual data to a central security area. If you use chaff, you will be able to disable it.
Sure, I mean, we don't need to, but I'm gonna get rid of all these chaff grenades anyway. And every time we get a new weapon, if we equip it, as long as there's nothing else going on, she'll talk about it.
Those are stun grenades. They are often used in sensitive operations such as freeing hostages and that sort of thing. Sometimes they are called flash bangs or sound and flash grenades. They make a big flash and lots of noise, which will disorient and disable your opponents temporarily. You have to understand that they won't kill the bad guys, but just stun them for a few seconds.
A big flash. Actually, oh god, there's so many calls I always forget to do here. We will be getting rid of these grenades,
Snake,
I think.
When you're in first-person view mode, you can step to the right by...
Okay. I like how these calls always have a little bit of Naomi saying something or adding to what Campbell says.
Snake, your mission is to
There it is.
infiltrate, not to fight. Don't let the enemy see you. You didn't waste any time in getting spotted, did you? Too bad. Looks like your cover is blown. Proceed with extreme caution.
So,
First, you've got to rescue the DARPA Chief.
if you have an
Infiltrate
alert,
the building in front.
he knows.
There's some way to get in.
And I guess the alert at the dock also matters, also counts towards the second part of the scene and events. But just to be sure, let's get an alert here too. Here starts the saga of the Mark 23, the SOCOM pistol. If you don't pick it up here, a bunch of different things happen later in the game, so we're just gonna leave it there for now. Let me get a quick alert. Actually, we can get an alert by... yeah, we can just go in here, get an alert as we leave. Only thing that sucks is that we have to do this call with the alert music now.
That base must have some kind of ventilation system to recirculate the air. There should be air ducts around there somewhere. They must need a lot of power to run the base. There's probably a diesel generator somewhere. And since generating electricity requires oxygen, there must be exhaust openings for that too. You're not gonna believe this, but they shot down the F-16s we were using as a diversion with a Hind D. Then we got a message from Liquid. He said if we try something like that again, he'll launch the nuke. Snake, hurry up and get in there. That Hind will be coming back soon.
Alright, so the reason we get an alert here is that for some reason... Oh, they're trying to grenade me. If you have an alert in the previous area, maybe even the one in the dock would count. The 2 scenes in the vents have a second part to them. So there's a total of 4. parts you can get. So this would normally be a dead end. You had absolutely no reason to come back here if you knew that it's a dead end. But if you come here without the gun, even though it's a dead end, there's a scene, and the scene is gonna have a second part because of the alert I got.
Were all the Silcom pistols unloaded?
Yeah, but there was a problem.
What is it?
The security on the door was broken.
So the door is still open? Second floor where?
The east side room.
We better fix it before the boss finds out.
But that's nothing. I heard they spotted an intruder outside.
Really? Maybe we'll finally get to see some action.
Yeah, but we better do something about that door.
Let's put in an order to have it repaired.
So if you don't have the gun, you get a little bit of a hint of where to get it in the armory. That one door that's stuck open actually has lore behind it. So now we can go there and get the gun there, and the door is broken. And then since we got the alert, we got the second part there. And what's cool is that now I can go back outside and get the other scene in the upper vent. So, but first, since we have the rats here.
Snake, this is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Master, what are you doing here?
I quit being a drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the Alaskan Scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about survival in a harsh environment. I've lived in Alaska longer than you, so call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here. My frequency is 141.80. Those mice are Alaskan field mice. Don't worry, they can't hurt you. Wild field mice don't have a thick layer of fat, but they can still survive the bitter winters here without hibernating. They dig tunnels under the snow. That's where they stay warm.
Survival specialists, huh? I should learn from them.
But there's a dark side too. Sometimes the males will kill and eat offspring that's not their own.
To ensure the survival of their own genes, right?
Yeah, pretty brilliant program, huh? If there are mice, that means there must be an exit somewhere. Follow the mice.
Why is there a helicopter in the background? But more importantly, how the fuck did you train me without an arm and a leg? So we only get that second part in the Miller call if we're in this duck below here with the rats. Iman the Rider with a $10 donation. Thank you so much. Thanks for the kind words. Also, he says thanks for the years of entertainment. Put this towards saving the bish. Thank you. I saw the snake with the 45 months. Thank you. Welcome back. So like I was saying, we can now go to the upper vent and get the other scene, but this is not really something you're supposed to be doing here, because as soon as we come out here, it's gonna be an automatic alert. Because there's a camera pointed straight down here, and there's this guy asleep right in front of me. So as soon as I come out, I'm gonna get an alert, but we'll deal with it, whatever. Just grab this guy, and then only dreams now. There is no need to be upset. You can delay choking out the one guy they send after you through the alert and the evasion, so that the evasion runs out by the time he's dead. So, might even get a little item from it. Only dreams. Which guy was this? I think it was the guy on the right here. So we still have the guy on top there. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to show you guys that since we didn't pick up the Socom here, Socom, it's gone now. Back when the demo was out, this would actually be replaced with the Nikita here in the good old MGS1 demo. If you go in and out of the area, it would actually give you the Nikita here if you come back. I remember being disappointed that the full game didn't do that. But I guess it's too early to get the Nikita here. And the demo, they just gave it to you as a toy. You know, it has no real purpose, just to play with it. Yeah, now it's gone. So we would have to pick it up either in the armory, where they mentioned it would be, in the other scene, or we can pick it up where the thermal goggles are in the tank hangar, or yeah, somebody's asking how far can you get without it, and the farthest you can get is right after the DARPA Chief. The scene with Meryl will be different. The conversation with Meryl will be different. We'll have different music. Oops. Get down for a second here. Okay. And then inevitably, Snake will walk on the gun that's sitting right outside the cell during a little forced cutscene, gameplay cutscene. The Snake walks on top of it, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's when you have to pick it up. And I always like to do it that way because you really have to miss it on purpose a lot of times to see that. It also leads to a kind of weird call with Campbell.
I moved the DARPA Chief to the cell in the first floor basement.
What about the vent shaft cleaning?
They just opened the vent covers. They're about to start spraying for rats.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also, keep your eye on that woman in the cell. Don't get careless now.
Woman in the cell?
Did something happen?
There's an intruder.
Really?
He's already done 3 people.
He's killed 3 people?
Yeah. Say he's using stealth, too.
Stealth? There's an intruder besides me?
Anyway, I want you to increase the security detail on the Chief.
I don't really know what they're talking about if you don't know what the stealth camo is at this point. So, stealth isn't like being stealthy. Couldn't be me, I got caught. But really what they're talking about is the stealth camo, so they're talking about the ninja, yes. It could be confusing because you probably also killed people at this point in the game on your first playthrough, so you might think they're talking about Snake, but now they're talking about the ninja. Side with the $10. Thank you so much. Let me add that. It says thanks for the year, great content. I do not want Johnny's jeans to pass on. That's $10 to kill Meryl, and we'll probably kill Johnny too if that wins. Thank you. Alright, so in here you can actually waste a couple more chaff grenades. Third elevator.
Use the elevator to change floors. There should be a cargo elevator that you can take down somewhere around there. Try to find it.
I'm gonna get rid of all these chaff grenades anyway, but I'm gonna spam a couple here so we can keep looking. This is where you would normally find the thermal goggles, but since we didn't pick up the SOCOM, it is now here. So the game kind of punishes you for not picking it up as soon as possible, because now I basically missed out on the thermal goggles for a long time. So if I don't pick it up now, there's a couple other spots and a Cuervo, I guess, where we can pick it up. But now the thermal goggles are only going to appear in Otacon's lab or back here once we have card 4 and we pick up the gun. And that actually carries over for the entire game, because if you miss the thermal goggles here, then the body armor gets replaced by the thermal goggles and you miss out on the body armor as well. So the game kind of really punishes you for that. And these chaff grenades I'm gonna get rid of. Let's maybe wait here. I don't know where this guy is now. Raven's tank is actually the one on the right, not the one on the left. Damn it. know where the other guy is. So let's maybe leave for now. It's a ration, but we don't really need it. Where's the other guy? He's gotta be behind the tank right now. Coming up here. Oh, what the fuck? Did we get a call for the other? Oh, there he is. How do I know which is Raven's tank? Because when the tank is actually out there, that's the one that's missing.
Snake, use the elevator to move from...
Yeah, no shit, Campbell. Okay. We get that call from the elevator if you just hang around there for too long. I mean, it's a pretty big, noticeable thing, you know? The huge fucking tank is missing. So, yeah, let me just... We can't really clear this area completely because also it's really critical that I don't get an alert here. We can't completely clear this area because there's one more guy in here in this room who is asleep. But we can't get to him right now. And if you get an alert in this area, he wakes up and he never goes back to sleep. And if you do that, then you can never get the call about him being asleep. So that kind of sucks if you get an alert here. But we took out the two main guys. This whole tank is missing later when Raven's out there, when we come back from the Ocelot fight. So this is Raven's tank. Maybe they had to lift the entire turret to fit him in there. Maybe that's why it's like that. I don't know. But he's not gonna fit through the hatch, I don't know. I remember in the demo when I was a kid playing the demo, there was no fucking machine guns, no FAMAS, no anything. I was so fucking obsessed with getting one that I was starting to look at these, like the machine guns, like I guess the M2s on the tanks. Those are M2s, right? Yeah, what else could they be? Oh yeah, this tank is still there and this one's gone later. Anyway, right now, okay, I want to get rid of these stun grenades, but not here because that will get me an alert. If we go to, okay, B2, there's actually people. This is how you know that you're not supposed to be here yet. Again, the game punishes you for not getting the SOCOM. If you want to get it in the armory now, if you go to the armory this early, there's actually enemies. So, you're not supposed to be here yet. When you are supposed to be here, the enemies go away. Ah, shit. He did the thing. No, calm down. Only dreams now. The snake's animation for grabbing people actually makes you slide forward. So if you're too close to one of these guys, when you grab them, you end up being in front of their eyes when you grab them, and that's how you get an alert. A lot of people are like, God damn it, how did that guy see me? I just grabbed him. This is bullshit, yeah? And that's how. There he is. Okay. Ah, fuck, I'll just wait for him to get back. Okay. You pay attention, you have to be at the exact right range, because it makes you slide forward a little bit. If you're too close to begin with, yes, you'll grab him, but you also slide in front of his eyes. So there's actually a very precise range at which you should grab people in MGS1. Okay, so it's just those two guys for now. Later, when we have to pick up the PSG-1, there will be a third guy here who patrols in front of the PSG-1 room. We could see each door has the security level on it, but also the name of the weapon. So this is a PSG-1 room, this is a C4 room, this is a Nikita room, which you don't really need to go in here, but you could technically go all the way back here to grab the Nikita instead of grabbing in the V1 for the next building. Here we have the FAMAS room. And here, this is a door that the soldiers were talking about that's broken and stuck open. But if it was closed, it would probably say SOCOM on it, because this is a SOCOM room. Again, another place where we can pick it up, and there's ammo too. But since we're really stubborn, I'm still not going to pick it up. And then here we have grenades. And we can't really do shit right now here. We can't access any of these. And I'm not picking up the gun. I was just showing you guys that it's another place where you can get it. And the game really punishes you. This is a grab thing triggered in MGS2 as well. And MGS2 is different because if you're too close to somebody, you can end up bumping into them. And that can also lead to an alert if you bump into them and end up right in front of them. It's a little different. It's a lot safer to, in 1 and 2 actually, to punch somebody before you grab them. Especially in 2. If you do it in 1, it's a little dangerous still, because if you're in front of them and you punch them, they still see you. But in 2, if you punch people, they're completely blind for like a full second and you can grab them. It is a little easier in 2. You also have the grab, the dick punch. Look at this call. It triggers when you walk here.
Snake, if you want to go up or down a ladder, just press the action button by the ladder.
Twin Snake is just the MGS2 engine with shittier models and controls, so yeah. Okay, so I was gonna clear out my grenades, except for 1, I guess. We don't actually need to see it explode. Alright, let's take a look at a couple things here. First of all, Johnny is supposed to be not taking a shit, surprisingly, but he's just supposed to be slacking off.
Oh, kinda damn cold. I hate Alaska. Boy, oh boy, that woman is built alright.
So he's sitting on the toilet, not to take a shit with his pants on, but just because he's lazy. Even though there are some 2, I think, yeah, perfectly good office chairs outside. Maybe 1. There's a desk and a chair there. But no, he sits on the toilet. Maybe to, I don't know, hide from his superiors, I don't know. But you actually learned that in the developer commentary call on the developer frequency and MGS1 integral. He's not taking a shit, he's just being lazy there. And here, of course, we have Meryl.
Is that a woman? Not yet.
One little Easter egg here is that Meryl will be exercising.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Who the fuck is this guy? You wouldn't get it right in. So Meryl's exercising, and right now she's doing sit-ups on her bed. And this takes a little bit to do because it's annoying. You gotta crawl all the way out each time. But it is a pretty cool Easter egg. If we go all the way out here again, it's unclear whether Johnny was in on the decoy octopus thing. Probably not. I'm gonna say probably not. Although it would kind of make sense if he was in on it. Well, we don't look at MGS4's nonsense while playing MGS1. Never make that mistake. Alright, so now that we went out and back in, Meryl will be doing a different exercise. Now she will be doing push-ups on one hand. So she's got another exercise. If we go back out again, Yeah, you do get to see Decoy Octopus without his mask on during the flashback from Raven. After you beat Raven, you see a flashback of Raven going to pick up Decoy Octopus's body, and he takes off his mask. You can also see artwork of him in the manual. I don't know, that signal that he gives Johnny could have been anything like, okay, go away, I get it, I'm sorry that I was making noise. You know, any prisoner could have maybe done that. I don't know if he was in on it. Come on, Johnny is kind of a low-ranking soldier. I don't know if they told him. Oh yeah, in the briefing as well. Okay, now Meryl is stretching her leg against the wall. She has another exercise that she's doing because we went out again. And then Silent Martyr had to spoil it. Thanks for the 77 months resub. There's something else that happens if you keep going out. Yeah, I'll be showing off the fast travel. It's kind of useless in MGS1 because you unlock all the areas kind of late in the game where you don't need them anymore, but I guess some limited applications if you're low on supplies on lower difficulties or something. Alright, now something is gonna happen. She's back to doing sit-ups on her bed, but a little something has changed. No pants. You can see her granny panties. Gray panties. This is clearly the message of the video game. Do not be tied to your jeans. And that's why she takes off her pants. Kojima was serious when he said, yeah, you shouldn't be tied to your jeans. That is just the third time, I think. This would be the fourth time. So now she's gonna go through those exercises again with no pants. So you go out 1, 2, 3 times, then the fourth time she'll have no pants on and go through the 3 exercises again. This is the best one if you want to look at her ass because she has no pants on and her ass is up in the air. Oh. Conveniently, the grate seems to censor just right. Look how detailed that ass is. PS1 ass technology. I swear to God, that's a little better. It's done on purpose. It's like covering her ass almost perfectly. They put a lot of effort in that model. Hey, you taking a dump? Hell yeah. That's not Meryl. Also, Meryl gets more toilet paper than the DARPA Chief. Johnny likes Meryl, I guess. If you look in their cells, Meryl has one more toilet paper roll than the DARPA Chief. Maybe the DARPA Chief used it at all, yeah. Hence the meme from Metal Gear also. He's taking a dump. Yeah, so now she's stretching again with no pants on. and we've gone through everything that she does. Now if I go back out again, she will be doing sit-ups again with her pants on. So it alternates kind of like 6 times. 3 exercises, pants on, 3 exercises, pants off. See how she has 2 toilet paper rolls there? Once we look down the DARPA Chief's cell, there will only be 1.
Snake, the DARPA Chief's signal is coming from somewhere in that area. Isn't there some place to drop down? Take a look around in first-person view mode.
The details. Johnny was, playing favorites with Meryl.
Who's that?
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA Chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really? It's true. You don't look like one of them. In that case, hurry up and get me out of here.
Slow down. Don't worry. First, I want some information about the terrorists.
The terrorists?
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuke?
What are you talking about?
The terrorists are threatening the White House. They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Sweet Jesus.
Is it possible?
It's possible. They could launch a nuke.
How do they plan to launch? I thought this place was just for keeping the dismantled warheads. They shouldn't have access to a missile.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information. Okay? We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal Gear. It can't be.
You knew? Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects. How did you know that?
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past. So that's the reason you were here at this disposal site?
Why else would I come to a god-forsaken place like this?
I had heard the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
On the contrary, it's grown into a huge joint project between Arms Tech and ourselves. We were going to use this exercise as raw data, and then proceed to mass production. If it hadn't been for the revolution...
Revolution?
Rex has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex?
Metal Gear Rex. The code name for the new Metal Gear prototype. They're probably already finished arming the warhead they plan to use with Rex. These guys are pros. They're all experienced in handling and equipping weapons.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
But I thought that all nuclear warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean PAL? Yes, of course, there is a PAL. It's set up so that you need to input 2 different passwords in order to launch the device.
There are 2 passwords?
Yes. Baker knows one, and I know one.
Baker? The president of Arms Tech?
That's right. Each of us needs to input our password, or there can be no launch. But they found out my password.
You talked?
Psycho Mantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis?
One of the members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
This is bad.
It's just a matter of time before they get Baker's too.
If they find out Baker's password...
Yes, they'll be able to launch a nuke anytime. But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
They were designed by ArmsTech, the system developers, as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
That card key.
So where are the keys?
Baker should have them. Listen, you need 3 card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere
Why
in the
don't you
second floor
do it?
basement.
Second floor basement?
I heard the guards say they moved him to an area that has a lot of electronic jamming.
Any other clues?
Yes, they cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color? Here, take this. It's my ID card. It'll open any level 1 security door. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electrical field.
Personal area network, huh?
It transmits data using the salts in your body as the transmission medium. As you approach the door's security devices, they'll read the data stored in the card.
And the doors will open automatically. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
No.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just said no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
Hey, what happened?
Whatever.
Okay, that was nice timing.
Dead.
Naomi, the chief. What happened?
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but...
A heart attack? No.
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the highest security clearance to get access to the complete file.
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you, the Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
Yeah, everybody must be like, he was not a target. What the fuck? Especially, yeah, him.
You say the DARPA Chief is dead?
Yeah. According to Naomi, it was a heart attack.
It couldn't be. Well, it looks like all you can do now is find Kenneth Baker, the president of ArmsTech. He's in the second floor basement, isn't he?
Yeah, on the other side of that wall that was cemented over.
Okay. Good luck, Snake. You can do it.
See how he's a little shocked there? That's Liquid realized that, oh shit, they really did employ Foxhound to kill us. Alright, now we're going to be calling Nastasha a lot, because she has a lot of good calls here. Every time there's some pretty big like story event, she has things to say about it.
Sorry, Snake, but it looks like the rescue was a failure. There's no reason to stay in that cell anymore. Snake, get out of there and go to the second floor basement. You've got to rescue the president of ArmsTech, Kenneth Baker, before the terrorists find out his detonation code.
Why does Snake sound surprised about Mantis even though Campbell just told him? Because nobody actually listens to the briefing. Come on. And then they repeatedly have Snake repeat things in question form as a way to, yeah, it sucks. And it's a meme, but it's one of the best ways to ensure that the players know what's going on and what they're talking about. Repeating everything in question form. Question form. Yes, question form. Form? Question? And doing that repeatedly. It's a very Japanese thing, and also to make sure that the player knows what they're talking about. Questions?
The DARPA Chief. Poor man. He has a heart attack right after you save him. I'm getting a bad feeling about this, Snake. Maybe you should let me save your mission.
Mission? Never mind.
They were conducting exercises with this new Metal Gear prototype? Is that what the DARPA chief said?
Yeah.
What the hell?
So you know about Metal Gear.
Just rumors. I heard it is some kind of walking tank that can deliver an accurate nuclear strike from any terrain. Mountains, deserts, swamps, wherever. But you are the real expert on Metal Gear, aren't you, Snake?
Yeah, I guess I am. But what about the PAL system that the DARPA chief mentioned?
It is a device attached to a nuclear weapon system to prevent the missile from being armed or launched. Usually, a secret detonation code or combination is necessary to launch the missile.
According to the chief, there are 2 codes, and the terrorists already know one of them.
The other code? If the terrorists find out that one too.
Yeah, I've got to hurry and rescue President Baker.
I've got to hurry, but first let me call you another million times. Yeah, imagine if they never repeated shit, and then you don't know what's going on, what you're doing, where you are, where you're going. They need some way of always, having that information accessible to the player, I guess. You can pick up the game and know what's going on just by calling Campbell once. Or, there's a little recap. It's some pretty sweet Shinkawa art, actually, every time you load a save.
PAL stands for Permissive Action Link. It is a safety system attached to nuclear missile systems. The missile cannot be fired without the insertion of a special electronic code. But if the terrorists have found out the detonation codes, they can launch the missiles anytime they want.
Is it possible to destroy the PAL system so that the missile can be fired even without inserting the detonation code?
I do not believe so. It is set up so that the warhead will become automatically inactive if any attempt is made to remove, deactivate, or destroy the PAL.
So unless the terrorists either learn the detonation codes or get their hands on the detonation code override keys, there's no way they can launch.
Do not be too sure. Any system can contain bugs or malfunctions. We cannot relax yet.
Bugs. Yes. Every open world game can contain bugs.
I do not know much about Metal Gear. Just the little I have heard. I know it appeared in Outer Heaven in 1995, and then again in Zanzibar in 1999. Both were third world countries led by military regimes. They secretly developed Metal Gear to increase their military and political power throughout the world. But both were stopped by a lone hero. You, Solid Snake.
That was a long time ago.
Actually, Nastasha's cool with it when you smoke. She's the only one who doesn't mind. Mei and Naomi give Snake a lot of shit for smoking, but Nastasha's like, whatever.
All the ICBM silos are closely monitored by military satellites. SLBM-equipped submarines can move secretly, but naturally they are limited to launching from the water. Finally, there are ALBMs, which can be launched from aircraft. They allow for excellent mobility, but they are somewhat unreliable. Metal Gear was developed to solve all those problems. It can move freely over any terrain and independently launch a nuclear missile at any target in the world. It completely changes the nature of the strategic arms race and destroys the delicate nuclear balance. It is a weapon to be feared, believe me.
And yeah, the PS3 version of this game, or PSN version, is the best way, probably, because PS3 is the ultimate MGS machine. You can play all the games that matter on it. So, I know it's a little old now, but that's what I always suggest to people. If you're interested at all in experiencing all the games as close to properly as possible, then just get a PS3. You're gonna wish you did if you try to contort your way into playing the games in any other way.
The development of Metal Gear is a cynical attempt to consolidate and increase our military dominance while at the same time maintaining the pretense of disarming ourselves. Now that the SLCM-0 option, allowing for the sneak inspections of submarines in international waters, has been concluded, the value of submarines as strategic weapons has been greatly diminished. With Metal Gear, governments of the world will be able to avoid this type of inspection, and at the same time stay in compliance with international nuclear treaties.
That would imply that MGS-V is playable on PS3, FIFA. Oh god, let's not go there. It's actually kind of a shame, because Portable Ops does deserve a playthrough. But it's a pretty good start to just pick up the Legacy Collection and a PS3 if you want to get into the games, yeah?
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island was built at the beginning of this century. It was made only to temporarily store the nuclear warheads.
Why? If they wanted to dispose of them, why wouldn't they just dismantle them right away?
They cannot do that. You see, when you dismantle a warhead, you still have nuclear materials that must be stored. At this point, all of the nuclear material storage facilities are way past capacity. But they could not stop dismantling weapons while at the same time pushing Start 2.
So you're telling me that this base was built so they could temporarily avoid being in conflict with Start 2?
Most people think that we live in a safer world now, but with all the dismantled nuclear weapons and waste around, the threat of nuclear terrorism has increased tremendously.
It's ironic, isn't it?
The Shadow Moses Island. I don't think there's anything missing from the PSN version. It's the PS1 version in digital form, that's all. If they added Fulton Recovery to Portable Ops, it will be playable. Joke's on you, because Portable Ops actually does have Fulton in it. It's just not used for what you think it is. And it's not that bad. The real problem for Portable Ops are the fucking dreadful controls. So now, since we don't have the gun, we're going to see a completely different scene in which, instead of aiming the gun at Meryl, Snake grabs the barrel of her rifle. And also, the music changes. For some reason, there's completely different background music when you don't have the gun. So the scene is different and the music is different.
Don't move! So you killed the chief, you bastard! Liquid? No, you're not. Don't move!
Is this the first time you ever pointed a gun at a person? Your hands are shaking. Can you shoot me, rookie?
Careful, I'm no rookie.
Liar. That nervous glance, that scared look in your eyes. They're rookie's eyes if I ever saw them. You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
I told you I'm no rookie!
You're not one of them, are you?
Open that door. You've got a card, don't you?
Why?
so we can get the hell out of here.
Looks like we'll be a little delayed. What are you doing? Don't think, shoot!
So here's a weird thing. Yeah, the camera angles are different. The music is different. And of course Snake's action is different. And then now that's the gun there on the floor. And we're gonna be forced to pick it up pretty soon. But if I'm still really stubborn and I don't want to pick it up, we would have to deal with these three guys with bare hands until the game calls me. Campbell's like, what the fuck are you doing? So I'm gonna mess around a little bit until we get the call. Oh shit, I messed up. There it is.
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. You better use that weapon you found.
For now it says you better use the weapon you found, but that's because I have a stun grenade in my inventory. If I get rid of it, now we have nothing in the inventory, right? So if we call Campbell now, look at this call, this is really weird.
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. Try to pick up an enemy's fallen weapon.
See, that's a really weird line, because that's simply not a mechanic in MGS1. Try to pick up an enemy's fallen weapon? If you have no weapons whatsoever in your inventory, it will say that. So that's not a mechanic in gameplay, and maybe then it's referring to the fact that there's this gun here. Might be, maybe that means it's Johnny's gun, but who knows. But say that I'm really stubborn and I still don't want to pick it up. Oh fuck. I should really let this guy kill the other guy. There you go. Okay, he killed him. Now we should grab him. Meryl, I can't shoot him. Oh shit. Oh fuck. That's why you get for fucking around.
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
There is one line that changes if you don't have the gun here, but that's later for... Ah, fuck, that really sucks because... Well, what the hell is going on? That really sucks because... Okay, so we did do the nostalgia calls, but now it didn't register. And, I think we only did one extra call besides the ones about the DARPA Chief dying, so it's not that bad. The one where she goes, Shed Moses is actually not related to the DARPA Chief dying, it's one of her regular calls. That's okay. Okay, let's do that again. Actually, I should have kept that. Because now I can't cancel out of... fuck. Let's say that you're really stubborn and you just want to kill these guys without the gun. Fuck, it was one button press away. Hey, hold on. Maybe we should separate them. Alright, close enough. He's gonna get me, but at least I killed him. Okay. I'm really stubborn. I don't want to pick up the gun. What's gonna happen is that when you kill these three guys, Snake walks on top of it.
Like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
So now is when we have no choice but to pick it up. Because Snake forcefully walks on top of it during gameplay. Yeah, that's a lot better. I think you got him. And now, during this alert, well, Campbell's gonna have that call now.
Snake.
You better use that weapon you found. And then, strangely, Master does not pick up here. He's a little busy. Yes, Bunyan, there was no way around that. And okay, maybe he's a little busy, but what's even stranger is that Nastasia also does not pick up here. Yeah, Snake always walks in that. If you already have the gun, there's ammo on that slot. So there's 2 packs of ammo instead of 1 pack of ammo in the gun. And Meryl just takes a grenade to the face like it's nothing. Yeah, I'll hold him, you shoot him. There's a couple times in which she doesn't pick up when Master isn't available.
Thanks for the help.
Wait! Who are you?
Nastasia has a lot to do in the background with, you know, in the Darkness of Shadow Moses. She had a bigger role originally.
You've killed him!
I'm sorry, sir.
His mental shielding was very strong. I could not dive into his mind.
Now we'll never get that detonation code.
Boss, I have a good idea.
Alright, let's see. Cynic Bang, thank you so much for the 41 months. Bytech 94, I think I already thanked you. And Borge with the 70. Thank you so much, guys.
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it from the nanomachines?
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
So what was it?
It must have been psychometric interference coming from Psycho Mantis, Foxhound's psychic. Think of it as a mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
And Meryl was also trained in VR, so maybe, you know, it's just a little theory. There's no confirmation anywhere. But look at this, 1 toilet paper roll.
That would explain everything.
2 toilet paper rolls. Meryl gets more toilet paper. Clearly. Johnny has a favorite, and like every unique dead body in the game, the DARPA Chief gets his cinematic camera angles when you crouch next to it. And maybe she's just less of a shitter. Speaking of shitters, there's Johnny here, and what is going on over there? We shall never know. It's pixelated. It's taking pixels from Snake's face and throwing them into the mix. You can kind of see a side of Johnny's face here. He's handsome. I wonder if they kept this in mind at all while making his MGS4 looks. Maybe. Look at him. It does look like him. What version of MGS1 is this? This is just the American NTSC PSN version on PS3. Which actually is a pretty good question, because the way that Johnny's ass is censored is different between the Western release and the Japanese release. In Japanese, he actually has his underwear on, so he just has like gray boxers, and there's no need for pixelization. But I guess it's got something to do with the rating system in Japan. They couldn't do this, so in Japan, they actually give him underwear. But anywhere else outside of Japan, the Western releases all have Johnny with his bare ass, and then it's pixelated like this. But why would Meryl need Johnny's underwear? I don't know. Actually makes a little bit more sense in the Japanese version, but she takes his underwear too in Western versions. And since this isn't the greatest pixelization ever, there's actually, because I know you sick fucks want to see what's going on there, you can zoom past it. If you zoom all the way in with the binoculars, the censorship goes away. And there it is. There's darker area here, and this line, this crack here. They actually modeled Johnny's asshole and ass crack. There it is. That's his ass crack, and we go straight into his butthole. The little darker circle there. Yeah, it's fully modeled. It's just, yeah, censored. But they worked so hard on this, you know? That ass crack. So clearly the Japanese version is the inferior version. And if you look at the MGS4 flashbacks, all the flashbacks, no matter what version you're playing, are based on the Japanese MGS1. So you might see, playing MGS4, you might see flashbacks of Johnny with his underwear instead of this pixelization. So, details, man. They modeled the ass crack. Let's see. So, unfortunately, we already did all the calls with Insertion, and I died like an idiot, so.
Hell.
We're gonna quickly go through all these again. I'm not sure why Meryl would take his underwear and then complain that the uniform smells like shit. This is blood, but we all know that she meant
The development.
that the uniforms smell like shit.
The nuclear.
Okay. That's it. We got calls now.
Snake, you've got to think. Your mind is your most dangerous weapon. If things are getting too complicated, try to simplify your thoughts. You can also try calling Campbell for advice.
And I guess Liquid really did his homework because he gives you these random inspirational speeches as random calls, just like Miller did in Metal Gear 2.
Soldiers that have been forged in the fires of battle are used to catching naps whenever and wherever they can. There's a big difference between real soldiers and those kids who have only been trained in VR simulators. After playing for a long time, you should get some rest too.
And then he always ends it with a real life piece of advice. That's exactly what the real Miller did in Metal Gear 2. Trying to get kids not to spit in public, or gaming after a bath should be avoided, or other bullshit like that. Don't eat the yellow snow, and yeah, that sort of stuff.
People's reaction speed is slowest around 3 o'clock in the morning. And so is their judgment. If you're feeling drowsy, you should get some sleep.
Let's see if we can get the gaming after a bath should be avoided.
Be able to control your bodily functions. You never know when a long demo is about to begin. So make sure you're prepared to sit in front of the monitor for a long time.
It's like, God damn it, we made the cutscenes this long, you will sit and hold in your shit. When he says a long demo is what Japanese people call cutscenes. So what he means there is you never know when a long cutscene is about to start, so you better control your bodily functions and sit in front of the monitor. You gotta take a piss, you better watch this fucking cutscene, dude.
It's never a good idea to fight on too full a stomach. It'll make you logy, maybe even sleepy. You should wait 30 minutes after eating before you play.
What the fuck are you on about?
Where I come from, a soldier who loses his head in combat is called a target.
You can't. You have to wait 30 minutes.
Military C rations place an emphasis on calories. That's why it's best to use them along with some other type of nutritional supplement, such as vitamins or minerals. The weather in Alaska is very hard to predict. It can change on a dime. A lot of people say it's the worst weather in the world. Military C-Rat.
Maybe, okay, so also depending on the environment, like if you're out in the snow or if you're in the dark, he will give you different calls. So these might be all for now, I'm not sure.
It's also important to be able to control your bodily functions. You never know when a long demo is
It's too good.
So make sure you're prepared to sit in front of the monitor for a long time.
You better watch that cutscene. If you gotta take a piss. Alright, so now that we're actually supposed to go to B2, there will be no guards. However, we can do something that I always fuck this up, because you're not really... I mean, you can, but there's no reason to come up here right now. And so I always end up fucking it up. If you come up here with card 1... fuck, that guy's there. I really don't want to get spotted because of that sleeping guy I was talking about. Okay, we got this guy for now. And then the other guy. So the only reason you would ever come up here is if you want the cutscene with Ocelot to make sense, where Snake has a suppressor. This is how you would do it. Because... Jeez. The second you get card 1, it means you could potentially get the suppressor. And so the game assumes that you get it as soon as possible, and every cutscene will have the suppressor for the SOCOM, even if you don't pick it up. So the only way that could possibly make sense for the Ocelot cutscene is if you come up here with card 1, and then get the suppressor from this guy. Finchland, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. So, alright, now it's gonna make sense, but it's completely unnecessary. You just go and fight Ocelot without the suppressor. That's not even the interesting part. I mean, I guess we can go get the call about it. Now that we got the gun. A really simplistic call about the Mark 23.
Good. You found a SOCOM. That's a Special Operations Command pistol. It's a 45 caliber pistol with plenty of stopping power. It's also equipped with a LAM for nighttime combat. If you hold down the weapon button, you can train the laser sight on the enemy to help you aim. If you find a SOCOM suppressor, you can equip that too. That pistol was designed specifically for use by special forces, so I think it will be useful. Some people find it a little heavy and hard to use, but it shouldn't be a problem for you.
Goose, glad you enjoyed the stream. So what's actually interesting in here, not really the suppressor, but these guys sleep standing up. You might think it's a little silly, but there's actually a call about it.
Snake, Psycho Mantis has the power to read people's minds. He got the DARPA Chief's detonation code.
Yeah, first the story call, I guess.
That's right. If the terrorists get Baker's code, they'll be able to launch that nuke anytime they want.
Yeah, they'll use Metal Gear to do it. Colonel, did you know they were conducting a military exercise here using Metal Gear?
I didn't know.
Really?
Snake, you've got to understand. I'm just the middleman in this operation. Anyway, hurry up and get to the second floor basement. You've got to save the Arms Tech president before the terrorists find out his code. Anyway, hurry up and get to the second floor basement. You've got to...
Oh shit, I hope we can still get that call. Maybe you should wait until after the Ocelot fight? This call is always a little fucky to get.
Anyway.
Oh, come on, you asshole. Maybe it's too early for it. Which is strange. I mean, it's not that it's too early, it's just that this call that tells you where to go is like written to take priority over it. Yeah, okay, fuck it. We'll be back after we fight Ocelot. Fuck that guy and fuck that call. It's a pain in the ass to get. Because if you get an alert, he wakes up forever, and I guess if you do it now, it's being overwritten by that other call that tells you where to go, so we'll just go there. And Nastasia does not die. She does not appear in MGS2, but she has actually kind of a big role in the background. Being the author to the book In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. She's actually even credited as a real person in the credits. It's kind of interesting. And that gives you a little bit more background on what was going on in MGS1 and on the Patriots and Ames and Nastasia and how they're related and all that stuff. And she's also briefly mentioned in MGS4 in a call, but nothing really comes out of it. Weirdo, thank you for the 9 months. 9 years. I mean, BD Funky also with 22 months, thank you. Let's do a couple more weapon calls.
That is C4 explosive.
I'm afraid
a plastic explosive with a texture similar to clay. So you can shape it in almost any way you want. Although it has 1.4 times the destructive power of dynamite, it is highly stable and won't explode without a detonating device, even if it is shot, burned, or beaten. You are using a wireless detonator, yes? The detonator is equipped with a scrambler, so you don't have to worry about interference from any other radio source. Make sure you are sufficiently far enough away when it goes off. Also, as you know, the sound of the explosive will alert your enemies, so be careful.
Yo, scam train going on in here. Thank you guys. Fluffer Nutter, thanks for the Prime sub. Interesting name. Alamo with 13 months. Much bum with the 9 months. Thank you guys. Why don't they bring back Nastasia? Probably because she's a completely optional character. She's briefly mentioned, like I said, in MGS4 in an optional call. In MGS2, she kind of has like she's actually part of philanthropy with Snake and Otacon, or helps fund her or something like that. And if you want more Nastasia content, just read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. That's your Nastasia guy. I'm really glad they didn't bring her back for like MGS4 or some other shit, because the nature of MGS4 is to take the character's entire background and character development and completely turn it around and show that they learned nothing from it. So they would have probably ruined her too. Just to give you an example in like concrete terms that you can understand, Nastasia is very anti-nuclear energy, and she is pro-smoking. If she was back in MGS4, she would be an anti-smoke nuclear proliferation, like, I don't know, proponent. She would be the exact fucking opposite of what she is in MGS1. She would be for nuclear weapons and nuclear energy.
That would explain everything.
And be anti-smoking. So that's what MGS4 does. To different degrees, takes the character's background, character development positions just completely 180, show that they learned nothing from it. But anyway, more on that later when we get to it. That's the primary rule of MGS4, to show that nobody learned anything from the series because of the fans' reactions. Like I said, more on that later when we still get to it. Skyline, thanks for 24 mods, and Silverwing with a 44. Thanks, guys. Wait, that's not the right frequency.
You found some grenades. Just pull the pin and it explodes after 5 seconds. You can get a lot done during those
Just
5
pull
seconds.
the pin.
How you use them is up to you.
Like I said, every time somebody asks, I mean, it's fair you guys ask, because it's a new cool thing, but I don't watch Kojima trailers anymore. You guys learn nothing. You guys learned nothing. Yeah, that grenade call is kind of underwhelming. I could mention a few more things, but whatever. Oh yeah, speaking of these traps. Oh, we don't have the thermal goggles, that's right. You can sort of see, if we had the thermal goggles, they would light up as a warning. And there should be a call about it if you're close enough to it.
Snake, be careful. There are trapdoors near there, and the fall will kill you. Stay close up against the wall, and you should be okay. You should be able to see where the trapdoors are if you use your thermal goggles.
Each time you ask me about my thoughts on DS2, Kojima adds another celebrity to it, thus slashing the actual budget for actual content in the game. So be careful. If your audio sounds fucked up, that's often a Twitch issue that they haven't solved in approximately 5 years, because as you might know, fixing the video player is not a priority on a streaming website, but they still haven't fixed it, and sometimes it goes off key until you refresh or pause and play. Herder, how do I find the wall?
The walls that were cemented over should look slightly different. Look at the walls carefully in first-person view mode. Try to find the walls that have a different pattern.
Did you try hitting the wall? Maybe it'll sound different too.
Those C4 explosives you've got should be able to destroy the walls that were cemented over.
No shit.
Alright. I wonder if it's because it's more noticeable with the music maybe, or it's different like sound channel like from the mic, I don't know. No shit. Alright, speaking of shit, wait, no, the Phantom Pain stream is later. I'm going to hurt myself a little bit with this C4 here. Just a little bit, you know. Because this will actually make it easier to do a little something here. Let's destroy this. And then I'm gonna get this checkpoint. So that we don't have to keep destroying the walls every time, because I'm gonna die approximately 5 times on purpose. Actually more than that, because there's other game overs to show off. So if you do really badly for Ocelot, something changes, but that only counts if he kills you with his actual gunfire. You can also do other things, such as look at Baker here, and you're not supposed to know that Ocelot is there yet, so it's probably not gonna happen unless you know to look in advance and shoot him. And when you shoot Baker, you hear Ocelot in the background saying, "What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at?"
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at?
And of course, if you shoot him too many times, he dies and...
You idiot!
You get this amazing game over. Ocelot calling you an idiot. Unfortunately, that does not count towards the 5 deaths that we need, because it has to be from his actual gunfire. That's why I hurt myself a little bit, so that he can kill me more easily, because otherwise he has to reload if I'm at full health. So we'll do the intro here, and then we're gonna die to Ocelot's gunfire 5 times.
Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry, I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it!
C4.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt's single-action army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
It actually isn't enough to kill you. He has to reload if you're at full health. But that's because he shoots during iframes. So I hurt myself a little bit so that he can kill me without having to reload. So that counts because that is gunfire. I'm not sure if 4 times is enough. I know the 5 is. What would suck is finding out the hard way that 4 doesn't count. It's not enough. So I always just do 5. So that's 2. Damn, this game's hard. This is going to be number 3. Yeah, I need help. I don't know how to beat this boss, guys. Somebody backseat, quick. Okay, this is gonna be number 4. Change controller ports. Best advice so far. Yeah, let's do a 5th time just to make sure. Alright, now we can do the rest of the fight. Do the calls, we'll let him talk a little bit.
Hiding won't help you. I understand.
Oh, look at that stance.
I make them go where I want.
Hiding won't help.
If you run into the wires, it's Baker who dies, not Snake. If you look at the health bar, only Baker's health bar goes down.
There's nothing like the feeling of slamming a long silver bullet into a well-greased chain. All right, alive. Let's go. You better hurry up. The old man's not gonna last too long. Don't you want to settle this?
Nope, 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 nope.
I love the smell of boredom. You know, that sulfury smell. But to you, it'll be the smell of your own.
Ooh, that one's close. And now he's out of lines to say, so he just says, wait a minute. So yeah, you can sidestep to avoid his gunfire. Because the muzzle velocity is slower.
The muzzle velocity of a bullet fired from a revolver is slower than one fired from an automatic. That's bad for you. The slower a gun's muzzle velocity, the more damage it does. Because the bullet will tend to lodge in the body instead of going right through. Those kind of wounds take a long time to heal. Sometimes they never do. I think that's part of the reason he likes that gun. He's a real sick puppy, that Ocelot.
Yeah, that's not entirely how that works, but
to a revolver
whatever.
Is the reload time. That's your chance.
So by that logic, if you just hand somebody a bullet as slowly as possible, it does the most damage, right? No, there's a balance there. But it is true that it's slower muzzle velocity, so that means you can dodge it. So in first person or in third person, it would just look like... actually, I don't think the snake's model actually shifts, because you can see in the mirror later that it doesn't shift, but the hitbox definitely does. And that's only marginally true about revolvers. It really depends on a lot of other factors, but mainly it's because of the cylinder gap. You lose some pressure there, but the gas is escaping and reducing the muzzle velocity, but it really depends on a lot of other factors as well. Anyway, hold on, let's do more calls. Shut the fuck up, Baker.
If you've got a question about Foxhound, ask Dr. Naomi.
Revolver Ocelot is a former member of
Spetsnaz.
After the fall of the Soviet Union, he apparently served in the Russian tax police's elite SWAT team. After that, he joined the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency, which was formerly a part of the KGB. But according to my sources, he was dissatisfied with the rigid system of the KGB and wanted to get out. That's when he was recruited by Foxhound. He's a gun fanatic and totally obsessed with cowboy movies and spaghetti westerns. He's also something of a sadist. He learned the most advanced torture techniques while he was with Spetsnaz.
Yeah, he had plenty of practice. Lubyanka prison is located right there inside KGB headquarters. In a gunfight, reloading is usually the most dangerous time, but he loves it. Use that to your advantage. You'll have to take him out when he's reloading. Can you see where his number of remaining bullets is displayed on the screen? Wait for the right moment and then take him out.
But that's the real reason that he dresses like a cowboy and uses revolvers, you know, because he likes spaghetti westerns. Not because Big Boss told him to use a revolver in the 60s, but whatever. Yeah, of course, all the shit. Never ever make the mistake of thinking of the future games when you're playing an older game, because Kojima was basically making shit up as he was going. So none of that was planned, none of that was accounted for, none of that was an idea written anywhere. So take the games for what they are at the time that they're made, they're written. So of course there's not gonna be anything about his Diamond Dog's background or his bullshit MGS3 retcons, you know. This is just the idea at the time MGS1 was written.
He is using a single-action army? The first model of that gun was made in 1873, over 130 years ago. Today, they're still being made in small numbers, but that's just for collectors and such. Nobody uses them in combat anymore. The biggest drawback to revolver-style handguns is reload time. That's your chance.
Hey, Airbomb, thank you for 52 months. So, I think that's pretty much everything we can do with him. We can also... we don't have to shoot him. Somebody was backseating that I need to shoot him. Actually, if we're careful, if I place a C4 away from Baker's C4s, like here, I think if we time it right, like just chase him around. See, you don't have to... Oof. Fuck. I deserve that. We don't have to shoot him. We can use a C4. Also grenades if you time it extremely well, but it's risky as fuck. Also the difficulty level influences his running speed. So on extreme here, he's gonna be fast. And you have to really have to master the shooting while running technique, which a lot of people don't even know you can shoot while you run. Ooh, pick a side, dude. Do some damage. Oh fuck. It feels so weird to this fight with the suppressor. I usually don't have a suppressor here. And then if he has ammo, he always counterattacks after you hit him. So you just move out of the way a little bit. And then repeat. But we can also stun grenade him, and he will say, "I can't see!" Oh fuck, get back here. And if you get close to him, you can actually punch him. And you hear that satisfying sound effect, but it does no damage. Like, I can't see! It is his voice, it's just a line that you haven't heard. Is that Rocky? It does kind of sound like it. I can't see! Oh, fuck.
Wait a minute.
I have no more stun grenades. Let's see if I can finish him off with a regular grenade. That'd be crazy. I have to put the grenade here and then chase him around. No, it's too early. No way. How the fuck would you even do that? I guess his laugh is also worth showing. Ooh, a crouch there to avoid it. I think the grenades just go off too early. I don't know. Can we get him with a grenade? I have no idea. Maybe here. Okay, so. Oh! No. No, he was reloading. Fuck. He's gonna kill me at this rate. Which is fine because we already have. Ah, fuck! Let's just end the fight. So everybody knows that Ocelot says you're pretty good if you end the fight, right? Except I fucking died to him 5 times. And it's actually, I didn't know for a long time, but if you keep failing, if you keep getting killed, he will say something different. So now that I died 5 times to him, if we end the fight, there's gonna be a couple differences. He's gonna say something different. He's not gonna say you're pretty good. And then also when he gets his hand cut off, instead of screaming, my hand, he will just yell in pain. He will not say my hand, he will just be like, ah! So that's a pretty cool difference.
I'm disappointed. You're no match for the boss. Playtime's over, friend. You're not cut out for war. Don't worry. I'll kill you quickly. What? Stealth camouflage. Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again. Who are you? I'm like you. I have no name. That exoskeleton.
Can you talk?
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA Chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation.
Everyone who knows these top-secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA Chief?
Of course.
But the DARPA Chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened to your arm?
He broke it.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Ha, you're a funny man. So the DARPA Chief, is he okay?
Dead.
What? Can't be. No, that's not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut me up?
Calm down. What's wrong with you? I just told you I was here to save you. I didn't kill the DARPA Chief. He had a heart attack or something.
A heart attack? Oh, don't be a fool.
Anyway, the terrorists have both codes now.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I agree, but what do they really want?
Oh, who knows? Maybe they're like us in the arms industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists?
No, that woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier, it must be.
She said she had just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in prison because she refused to take part in the rebellion.
A new recruit? Could that be the Colonel's niece?
I gave her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by Codec. Until I was tied up here, that is.
Codec?
Yes, she stole it from the guard. If she still has it, you should be able to contact her.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Damn!
Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. But tell me, if this doesn't work, is there some other way to prevent the missile launch?
You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my employees.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at engineering, but a little bit of an oddball. If there's anyone who can figure out how to stop Metal Gear from launching, it's him.
What if he can't come up with anything?
You'll have to destroy it. Emmerich knows how to destroy Metal Gear.
Where is this Emmerich?
Well, he's probably being held somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been. The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today. Listen, have you ever seen a warehouse full of nuclear material?
No.
Drums and drums of nuclear waste stacked this high, as far as you can see. Because there's still no real way to dispose of the stuff.
So they just close the lid and try to pretend like it'll go away?
Essentially, yes. And they're not even doing a good job of storing it. Many of the drums are corroded, with nuclear waste seeping out of them.
Unbelievable.
Not only that, but several pounds of MUF are reported every year.
MUF?
It stands for material unaccounted for. It proves that there's a large and well-organized black market in nuclear materials. Furthermore, since the end of the Cold War, Russian nuclear engineers in particular are out of work with no way to turn. In other words, there's plenty of available nuclear material and scientists for making a bomb. We live in an age when any small country can have a nuclear weapons program.
What about the other superpowers?
Russia and China still maintain a significant nuclear presence. Complete nuclear disarmament is an impossibility. To maintain our own policy of deterrence, we need a weapon of overwhelming power.
You mean Metal Gear?
Yes. You know our industry suffered quite a blow as a result of the cuts in military budgets due to this so-called peace.
I remember hearing a lot about mergers and takeovers among the big weapons makers.
Yes, and after my company lost their bid to produce the Air Force's next line of fighter jet, the Metal Gear system was our last ace in the hole. That's why we pushed to have Metal Gear developed as a black project.
Black project?
Secret projects paid for by the Pentagon's black budget. You can avoid a lot of red tape and get a great lead time on your weapons production. And no one can bother you. Not even those bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee.
Bribes.
I prefer to think of it as good business. Anyway, Metal Gear was going to be formally adopted after the results of this exercise were analyzed.
I don't give a crap about you and your company.
Yes, that's about what I'd expect from a grunt like you. Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
An optical disc. It's all here. The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise. Don't play dumb. I know you were sent to get this. I hid it from that sadistic maniac while he was torturing me. They don't know this disc exists. Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss. I'll give you my card too. It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
Can you walk?
No. No, you go on without me. They got my password. They don't want anything else from me.
I have one more question. Who or what was that ninja thing? It looked like you knew something.
That ninja? That was Foxhound's dark little secret.
Dark little secret?
An experimental genome soldier.
You know him?
You should ask Dr. Naomi Hunter from Foxhound. She knows better than I.
Naomi?
You've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear use currently existing technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but... What did you do to me? Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went and did it.
What are you talking about?
They're just using you for...
What the hell?
Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but...
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example, potassium chloride or dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn!
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from there. It should be okay if you do burst transmission like us, but normal transmission is probably impossible. Try moving away from that area.
Snake, get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing? A member of Foxhound?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, we have no one like that in our unit.
Is that right?
Snake, I'm counting on you.
Hey, Hal Jordan, thank you so much for 37 months, and also Sleeping Lamia with 66 years. Thank you so much, guys. Why is the ninja in pain like that? Because basically his entire psyche has been shattered and he's crazy unless he's on some sort of suppressant, psycho medicine, probably nanomachines. So if he doesn't, because when he goes crazy also during the fight or after the fight, he's like, oh, the medicine, like he needs to be constantly on some sort of suppressant medicine to control himself, or he goes completely crazy. So he's really messed up psychologically, or he's just an alcoholic. a Mo disc. Oh my god, it's chapter 3 disc. This is not the disc that Baker was talking about. Also because he mentions the back of the CD case before he gives this to Snake. And this is also not a CD, but a Mo disc, a magnetic optical disc. That's what it stands for. Of course, Baker's talking about the actual real-life CD case of MGS1. Now, this being the digital version, we don't have that, but what we do have is the software manual. Also, my controller needs to be charged, but whatever. And that includes the manual, and also all the good stuff here, and the back, the front and the back. So this is what you would see on the back of the CD case in the American version. And there it is, 140.15 Meryl. Of course, they have to make it look as badass as possible for the American audience. So there's like tanks and, you know, all the cool shit, the thermal goggles, sniping, the gas area with the writing on the door, that's all that stuff. And it's really interesting how the artwork and the screenshots of the game change depending on which version, which region. You know, the American audience always has it tailored to be more guns, badass explosions and shit like that for most games. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in the manual. All the artwork. The Foxhound and the Genome Soldiers artwork. These are really, really cool Shinkawa artwork for every character. And of course, Miller with his arm and legs intact. How does that work? They even have Jim Houseman. That's like a spoiler. Yeah, Miller with both arms and both legs. This is my favorite side character. I guess Nastasha's a pretty good contender for that. I wouldn't say that Mei Ling is a side character, but she is my favorite. Big Ubosu, holy shit. Even though he doesn't appear at all, he's in the manual with his Foxhound coat. If you pay attention, all the members of Foxhound have, let's go back, especially in the briefing. Okay, not here, but in the briefing you can see that all of them have that same trench coat. Liquid has it, Ocelot has it. You can see in the briefing they all have some artwork of it. They're all wearing it at one point. Mantis has it in this cutscene where you get the flashback where he killed the real DARPA chief. That's Decoy Octopus, the same trench coat. It's also the same trench coat that Big Boss is wearing at the end of MGS4. And you get your different Genome Soldiers. Big Boss has the same trench coat. But Miller, though. No, let's not quit the game. What am I doing? And I think Campbell has it at one point. He must have had it.
President Baker. So now the terrorists know both detonation codes.
Yeah, and on top of that, they both died right in front of my eyes.
Snake, now that the terrorists have both detonation codes, the only way to stop a nuclear launch is to either use the detonation code release keys that Meryl's holding, or
find the Metal Gear chief engineer that President Baker mentioned, Hal Emmerich.
In any case, you should contact Meryl by Codec. Wasn't her frequency written on the back of the CD case?
The CD case? Yeah, Nastasha has a bunch of interesting calls now, especially about Muff.
It is just like Baker said. We are facing increasing danger from stored nuclear materials. You see, there are 3 elements necessary in the manufacture of nuclear weapons: nuclear materials, nuclear engineers, and manufacturing technology. All 3 of them can easily be acquired by either legal or illegal means, if you have enough money, that is. They say that there are 500,000 nuclear engineers in the world, but after the end of the Cold War, the demand for nuclear engineers dropped precipitously. In the Eastern Bloc countries in particular, there is a tremendous brain drain. They cannot keep their scientists in the country, and each year, more and more nuclear engineers go to work for the highest bidder. Just like Baker said, each year, there are more and more cases of MUF coming from the nuclear material storage facilities. That stands for material unaccounted for. It means that someone is stealing nuclear materials and probably selling them on the black market.
Yeah, that's all it stands for.
After the fall of the Soviet Union, the nuclear management program fell to pieces. In the late 1990s, there were rumors that nearly 100 suitcase-sized nuclear bombs mysteriously disappeared from the Soviet arsenal. We still do not know whether it is true or not, but it is possible that they fell into the hands of terrorists. It looks like the DARPA Chief and the Arms Tech President both agree on the concept of maintaining a dominant nuclear arsenal. They are big on the nuclear deterrent theory. The idea behind a nuclear standoff is that both countries would be too afraid to use a nuclear weapon for fear of a nuclear reprisal. In other words, the only thing preventing a country from totally devastating another country with nuclear weapons is the fear of a nuclear counterstrike. Those two probably feel that Metal Gear will further promote that security. The right-wingers believe that as long as any country has nuclear weapons, they must have them as well. That is why they will never be in favor of the total elimination of nuclear weapons. And with each new country that acquires nuclear capabilities, the need for maintaining the counterstrike threat increases. As long as the nuclear deterrent policy continues, we will never be rid of nuclear weapons. The theory of nuclear deterrence was born during the Cold War, at a time of great suspicion between the US and the USSR. The great gulf between the ideologies of East and West caused a dramatic escalation in the arms race. And this escalation of the arms race in turn fueled mutual distrust and fear between the world's 2 great superpowers. The last half of the 20th century was shaped by the policy of nuclear deterrence. But the world has changed. The Cold War has ended, and we are now living in a world where small regional conflicts are breaking out all over. Things are not so simple anymore, and the policy of nuclear deterrence is obsolete. Most of these regional conflicts are the result of age-old enmities between different ethnic groups and religions. In those cases, the hatred often runs so deep that rationality is thrown out the window. For people such as them, the fear of a counterstrike often means little, and that is why the nuclear deterrence policy has lost much of its efficacy. A nuclear standoff is not a sufficient deterrent in the current world climate. After the START II Accord was signed on January 3, 1993, Russia and the US reduced their strategic nuclear warheads to between 3,000 and 3,500 warheads each. They completely dismantled all of the ICBMs which contained MIRVs. As a result of that, there are over 15,000 dismantled nuclear warheads waiting to be disposed of.
I think that's everything.
The warheads are supposed to be dismantled at Pantex or some other dismantling facility, but there are limits to how many warheads they can process. We just do not have the capabilities to dismantle all the warheads that are out there.
Probably that's not as big as problem today,
over
but
200 tons of plutonium and over 1,000 tons of high-grade uranium have been removed from nuclear weapons so far. And on top of that, nuclear reactors all over the world continue to produce and leak spent nuclear fuel. According to one estimate, as of the year 2005, America alone was storing over 50,000 tons of nuclear material. There is no room left in our nuclear material storage sites. That is why we need nuclear weapon disposal facilities. The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses.
This is the Shadow Moses call again. I guess she's repeating stuff now. Baker with his cinematic camera angles. And his green shoelaces. You're not really supposed to see that. If you zoom in too much, there's some green there. On the PC version, it shows up no matter what. Roy R6 with the 4 months, thank you. Okay, now we can call Meryl. Maybe let me clear these guys first. Should still only be 2 of them. Other guy's probably here soon. Yeah, there he is. Fuck it, we'll just shoot him. Four rounds for these heavy guys. I already did the trapdoor call. I wanted to clear this so we could pick up more grenades and stuff. And the fam ass. The FAMAS room has the lasers. So now we'll get the call about them. That's all they talk about.
It looks like the place is protected by infrared sensors. Somehow you'll have to make it past the beams.
Snake, that room is set with infrared sensors. You should be able to see them if you had some smoke, cigarette smoke or something.
Sorry, but these are smokeless cigarettes.
You mean those cigarettes that are designed to cut down on secondhand smoke? Oh, well, don't worry. If you blow the smoke in the direction of the infrared sensors, you should be able to see them. That was a good idea, bringing the cigarettes, but don't smoke too much. Cigarettes make you weak in mind and body. They are bad for you.
See, she says that, but she constantly has a cigarette in her mouth, and then if we actually call her while smoking, she doesn't seem to mind too much. Mr. Wolfhound, I have no idea. I just know that Twitch has been a lot more aggressive with it lately, and I guess so. I think it goes by like a certain amount, like, I don't know, just gonna throw out a number, like every 100 views or every 1,000 views you get something. I think that's how it works. Hey Enigma, good to see you, man. Thanks for the resub. So if $1 per ad, damn, that'd be a lot. If we call people now that we're smoking, they're gonna be pissed. But Nastasha's like cool with it.
Are you smoking?
Yeah, so what?
Didn't you know that cigarettes contain benzopyrene, a chemical that leads to lung cancer? We now know that when benzopyrene enters the body, it changes to benzopyrene diolipoxide, BPDE, and attaches to the receptors on the P53 gene, the gene which causes lung cancer. The BPDE attaches to the P53 gene in 3 specific locations and causes precancerous changes to the lung tissue.
You know a lot about science, but you don't know how good a cigarette tastes in the morning.
Joke's on you, Naomi. You're the one who's gonna die of cancer.
What's up, Snake?
Mei-Ling also does not approve.
Snake, remember what the girl said. The graveyards are
Wait,
full
she
of
should say something.
indispensable men.
Oh, this is the first call.
Snake, you're all alone and surrounded by bad guys.
She should have a call about
Avoid getting
smoking.
into a fight whenever you can.
You're right. Wow.
But first,
you know
this is
all
the
sorts
first
of great
save,
quotes,
so.
don't you?
Well, both my parents are from Guangdong, China. but I was born and raised in America. I've always liked reading literature from both sides. Kinda keeps me in touch. I'll share some more quotes with you if you like.
I'm looking forward to it. But to tell you the truth, I'd like to learn more about you.
Well, I'll think about it.
She definitely has a smoke call, but there's the first save, so it's like the
You call
intro
Snake?
to her sayings and stuff.
Snake, are you smoking a cigarette? Cigarettes are poison. They kill people. Didn't you hear what Dr. Naomi said? He that cuts off 20 years of life cuts off so many years of fearing death. Is that why you smoke, Snake? You're too afraid of life?
And then the Stasher's like, whatever.
Nuclear weapons, nuclear reactors, hazardous waste. We are constantly being exposed to plutonium and other radioactive materials. Compared to that, smoking seems not so bad, no?
There you go. Hey kids, smoke up. Doesn't matter, there's radioactive waste out there. You can smoke. Surprisingly, he doesn't care.
First, the DARPA Chief, and then President Baker die of a heart attack?
Yeah, smells pretty rotten to me. Master, do you know anything?
No, but there's definitely something going on. Keep your eyes open out there.
Let's see if we get more wisdom.
People who have been through war and survived develop a kind of sixth sense to warn them of danger. Trust your instincts as a soldier, as a gamer.
As a gamer. Alright, so if we quit cigarettes here, we'll be able to see the lasers go under. Gamer instinct. Oh shit. I accidentally the whole thing. Oh well. Let's get this guy. Interesting how when you get caught by the lasers, they add more. The thing that really sucks now is that the other guy I killed also respawned. Hey, maybe we'll even get another ration out of this. Nope. Ammo. I wonder where the other guy is. Ooh. He's close. There he is. Alright. Ration? Nope, nothing. Okay.
That is a FAMAS. It is a bullpup-style assault rifle. It is durable and easy to use. Very resistant to overheating. It is a reliable weapon with smooth action. It can fire up to 1,000 rounds per minute. On full auto, you will empty a 25-round magazine in a few seconds.
So the reason that we have a French rifle in a US base is because it's blocky, so it was easier to make in PS1 graphics with all the polygons and stuff. That's why. It seems random, but that's why the FAMAS is the MGS1 rifle. Alright, now we can made an unobtainium. Especially the model on MGS1. And now we can actually call Meryl. And when we call Meryl, there will be a new line, since when we met her, Snake was unarmed. So there'll be a different line in this call. She will say, "You're not even armed." And then Snake says, "I appreciate your help from before." Those two lines don't play unless you're unarmed when you meet her.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army? You're not even armed.
I appreciate your help from before, but I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
But I knew you were.
How?
It's your eyes.
My eyes?
They're not soldiers' eyes.
And they're rookies' eyes, right?
No, they're beautiful, compassionate eyes.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry, you'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why did you look so surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
You mean the terrorist leader, Liquid Snake?
Yeah, you know him? You're not brothers, are you?
I have no family.
So what's the deal then?
Who knows? Why don't you ask him? But first I want some information. You were involved in this exercise from the beginning. What exactly happened here?
I'm sorry. I was captured along with President Baker right after the terrorist attack.
That's okay. But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Boy, oh boy, it's just like them. Nobody told you anything, did they? Okay, you see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons. This base is owned and operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top-secret missions. They figured they could help keep it all hush-hush.
But we must have fired nuclear warheads before. Why just this time?
I heard it was because this was to be a final test before the formal adoption of the Metal Gear program. Well, that's what I heard anyway.
Sounds kind of fishy. So what do you think the terrorists want?
Sorry. I'm not sure. I was captured with President Baker right after the revolt started.
Oh yeah, that's when he gave you the detonation code override keys, right?
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep him hidden from the guards.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. Anyway, you met Baker, huh? How's he holding up?
He's dead.
What?
Heart attack. Same as the DARPA Chief.
The Chief died from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither. Yet. Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second-floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second-floor basement?
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
So they'll need him alive until that's done anyway.
Then we better do something before he finishes.
You're right. In case we can't override the detonation code in time, I need to ask him how to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take that thing on by yourself, Snake?
It won't be the first time.
Ah.
What's the best way to get to the building where the doctor is being held?
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this building that leads to the north.
What's the security level of the door there?
5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going with you.
No way. You're still too green. I want you to hide somewhere.
I'm not green.
Oh, yes, you are. You pause for just 1 second in front of your enemy and it's all over. Good luck doesn't last forever.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away. I never had any problems in training, but when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Shooting at targets and shooting at living, breathing people are different.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action, and now...
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl. Everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of mankind's worst emotions, worst traits come out. It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
But this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay, let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
You're a real bastard, just like my uncle said.
Huh, I told you, the real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right. Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
Be careful, okay?
After I open up the cargo door, I'll contact you.
In the codec screen, everyone's green. Even Snake. Colonel, your niece is fine.
Don't worry, Colonel. Meryl is fine.
Thank God.
Meryl is a very strong woman. I really respect her.
She's got plenty of heart.
Thanks, Snake.
Not so fast.
Plenty of ass.
The real mission is still ahead.
The weather in Alaska...
He doesn't care. Alright, so now that we call Meryl in this area, as soon as we load the next area, she'll open the door. If I called her here, we would have to actually wait a couple minutes in real time before she calls. That's okay, because we got other stuff to do anyway.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be for long with the way you walk.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Listen, Snake, the cargo door is like an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait, you said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is the only way I can figure out whether or not I'm cut out to be a soldier. I gotta get my hands dirty.
These guys are professionals. You're gonna get yourself killed.
See you there.
Hey, Ray Lynn, cheers, man. Thanks for the kind word. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I always love doing in-depth runs, showing off all the little details in the games that people might have missed. The only thing is they take a long time, so... Usually I try to finish the games in one sitting, but these runs could easily be 10, 15, 18 hours, depending on the game. So actually today we're probably gonna split it in different sittings, so that I'm not limited by that, because otherwise I start getting tired, burned out, and skipping on things. Whoa, that's close. This guy is now checking both sides and going around a little differently because this guy on this side is gone, and so is the tank. He's actually up here now. Hello. So the tank that we were talking about earlier, Raven's tank, is gone through there. And let's see if we can get that call about the sleeping guy now. Now I should be able to get it.
Even though the genome soldiers are strengthened by gene therapy, they still need to sleep. You can move safely while they're napping.
The genome soldiers were specially trained so they can enter into a light sleep anytime and still remain in attack posture. Be careful not to make noise when you're near them.
When they're yawning, their eyes are closed, so they shouldn't be able to see you. Be careful with your timing, and you'll be okay.
It's actually the exact opposite. When they're yawning is when they can see you. If we had the radar, we could see that his sight would be back when he yawns. But the real interesting thing is not even that. The interesting thing is that these guys actually talk in their sleep. They have like dreams about finding Snake or finding an intruder of some sorts. If you, I don't know exactly how to trigger it, but if you keep staring at them, maybe change the camera, change the direction, you will hear things like, "Who's that?" when they're sleeping. And that's what they say when they find you. So they're like dreaming of finding an intruder. But it's really hard to trigger. To this day, I have no idea how to trigger it. It just happens eventually. Maybe it's just time. See, that's what he can see. Come on. It does have to be in first person, I think. Eventually. Come on. It is really annoying to get. I don't know what does it. Hello? Now we're not standing in front of him because he opens his eyes every once in a while. You don't need to. I've done it before without standing in front of him. I just have no idea what triggers it. Come on. You'll see when it happens. Damn. Doesn't want to happen today. I don't suppose that having a certain thing equipped does it. Nah, no way. Come on, you asshole. Talking you to sleep. This guy's just not a sleep talker today. Nah, he doesn't detect the smoke. If I touch him, he's gonna wake up and he's never gonna go back to sleep again. Maybe we have to be closer.
Who's that?
There you go. Fucking finally. Maybe it is how close you are to him. See, he's dreaming about finding somebody. Who's that? That's what he says when they spot you. That's what they say.
Who's that?
It really is being close to him. If we're really close, maybe we can hear it. And it happened twice now. Alright, well, we got it twice.
Who's that?
It really is being this close to him that does it, apparently.
Who's that?
Yeah. So every time we go in first person this close to him, it seems to oh god. If I get any closer, I think I'm gonna touch him. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. He almost woke up. He was about to turn around there. I actually kind of need him alive because I want to show you guys another detail that actually who's that? Now he can live out his dream. See, that's what he says when he finds you. Who's that? Okay, so that actually made the other guy respawn. Let's get the fuck out of here. I wanted to use him to let the other guy respawn. Because there's another crazy little detail exclusive to MGS1. Like, not even MGS2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, do this. Only MGS1. But we need to get behind this other guy. That's why I wanted him to respawn. And, okay, that's kind of a shitty corner because he goes back and forth, he looks behind. And we're just gonna wait until he moves to the left. What does the guy say over the radio? When the alert ends, it says return to your positions. Okay, just go that way. Here's a crazy detail. When you have a suppressor in MGS1, they can actually still hear your gunshots. If you are really close to them, like say this close, if I shoot now, he's gonna notice it. See that? This is like it should be. Not completely silent. In MGS1, they can still notice, but you have to be really close. Like this close, he doesn't notice it. That close, you have to be that close. Oh shit. Alright, only dreams now. Slightly realistic suppressors. See if we can get the ration back. Nope, just ammo. Now that we got an alert in this area, this guy is never going back to sleep again. He is, however, staring at the wall all the time, so that's okay too. He just turns sideways every once in a while. Let's see if we can get a ration from him. Fuck. I actually kind of wanted one because the tank fight is actually kind of tough. It's like the most RNG heavy fight in the game on Extreme, and also there's a detail that requires you to get hit during the tank fight. So I kind of want a ration now. Why don't we go here for a second? Oh, actually, wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Remember that call with Meryl where she says, the snake says the reality doesn't live up to the legend, I'm afraid. Yeah, there's a follow-up call to that. but we have to go all the way here to get it. So when we trigger the area change here, since this is the wrong way, Meryl will know that we went the wrong way.
Snake, where are you going? The Warhead storage building is north. I can't believe it. Solid Snake is lost. I guess it's true. The reality really can't live up to the legend.
You talk shit.
What is it, Snake?
Let's see.
Snake, like Shakespeare said, naught's had, all spent, while our desire is got without content. Basically, it means that your desire can get you into trouble if you're not careful. That goes for items, too. Don't get too greedy or you might be sorry. Be careful, Snake.
This is kind of a shitty position because there's a camera. Oh wait, I think the camera might be... Yeah, it's gone when you come back. They make your life a little easier. They actually remove that camera. Let's see if we can get a ration from these guys. Oh shit. I knew I did that wrong the second I grabbed him. I did the thing. Come on. Alright, that never happened. If it gives me a ration now. We just keep getting ammo. Oh shit! Oh well. Next. We'll just drag out the alert. You definitely don't get items for killing people during alerts. But if you kill them after the alert, that still counts. So we just keep strangling him slowly. And now we might get an item. Sweet! Okay, cool. Oh fuck! He respawned. Well then. Okay, bye. No, I didn't even equip the ration. I thought that's the guy I just killed. I guess not. The reality can't live up to the legend, I'm afraid. Fucking hell, I thought I just killed that guy. Back here. You had to grab him at maximum range. That was fucking funny. Okay. That sucks, I didn't get the ration I wanted. Let's see if I can get it from this guy. I can't believe that I didn't show off the best feature during an in-depth run, you know?
Huh? What was that noise? Huh?
Best feature. Huh? What's this? Oh shit. See, they're not completely dumb. Every once in a while, every few steps, they do check behind their back when they're following your footprints. Now, I want you to take 1 second and think about how advanced of a feature this is, that you leave footprints and the guards notice and follow them. When was the last time that you noticed a guard follow your footprints in the Phantom Pain? Tell me one time that you even leave footprints, except maybe the quiet mission desert, but there's no fucking enemies there. MGS2 has footprints, MGS3 has footprints, MGS4 has footprints, and then you have MGS-V. So this is actually a really advanced feature. Oh shit, nah, I deserve that. Oh fuck, we're so dead. Oh fuck. Okay, one of those guys should fuck off, there you go. That's the guy I killed who respawned. Alright, let's see if we can get a ration from this guy. What a fucking mess. Not even fucking footprints or rations. Damn. The RNG has not been kind. The guy's probably, yeah, over here now. I'll just go around, fuck it. This might end badly. Yep. Indeed. Oh shit, there's two of them. Hey. The only time you have to deal with two of them is if you go to where another guy is assigned to go. And you have the guy following you. Ah well. If you stay away, usually from the exits, then you only have to deal with one guy, you can do shit like this. I wanted to equip a gun because equipping a gun actually makes you run faster, so you can get away more easily from their gunfire. It is still not a ration, and this guy is alive again. We need to get hit by the tank. So I want a ration. Please. Son of a bitch. We can keep getting caught and respawning soldiers, I guess, to get the ration. Fuck. Okay, let's just do a little dance. Oh shit, there's two of them. Let's do a little dance. Incidentally, this is like Snake's Dream and MGS4. Okay, you're coming with me. We're gonna die right here. I should mention that on Extreme there's no rations lying around. The only way you can find a ration is by killing people for it. With one exception, that is during the Raven fight. But it's all the way up in the containers and he has to shoot it down. Fuck! You know what I also recently found out? This. If you press against the wall here, the light actually counts as being there, just past the wall, and you can get caught that way. I guess it's a pretty handy way of trying for rations. God, I keep getting ammo. Or nothing. Please give me a ration, you asshole. Yes. Okay, now we can go. Of course this guy respawns again. Okay, I'll take it. Now we can take one hit from the tank. I found that the hard way. You could press against the wall there and the light will just poke through it. XE, thank you for the 97. And Exquisite as well. You guys are butt brothers. Thank you so much for 97 months. Back to back. So there's a Shadow with the 43 also. Warm A's with the 34. Thank you guys. Alright, so the whole reason that I wanted to get that ration... Oh, well, I also wanted to get the Meryl call. I guess that worked out. Except the RNG and messing up. Honestly, these in-depth runs always end up being a fucking mess on the score. You're doing pretty much everything there is to do in the game. We might even, if I'm really lucky, get another ration from the guy here. Although we don't need it. We only need one. Let's see where he is. I still have to get the box and stuff, so... he's coming this way. Okay. And maybe it's just my imagination, but it seems like you're more likely to get items if you kill people with your bare hands rather than than use weapons. Like the game rewards you for doing it that way. I think that's the thing. Oh, nice. I still have to do all the box-related stuff here. Cardboard box. Just like Zanzibar.
A cardboard box, huh? Just like Zanzibar.
It saved my skin more than a few times in outer heaven, too.
Getting the maximum use out of ordinary on-hand objects is the first principle of survival. It's especially important in covert operations.
I haven't forgotten what you taught me.
So the reason that he only says just like Zanzibar and Snake adds a save my skin outer heaven too, because Miller was only in Metal Gear 2. He was not in Metal Gear 1. So Metal Gear 2 taking place in Zanzibar, or Zanzibar land, if you want to be accurate. That makes sense that Miller would recall that, but not outer heaven, I guess. So Snake has to add it. And then Ground Zeroes, when you do all the game's flashbacks, when you do the Metal Gear 1 lines, you have fucking Miller pretending to be Metal Gear 1, so something is a little off there, but whatever.
What have you got there? A cardboard box?
Yeah, remember that trick?
That's the Snake I remember. Those poor fools won't know what hit them.
Everybody knows what Snake uses the box for, but...
A cardboard box? I heard stories from my uncle, but I always thought he was pulling my leg. I've got no comment.
Meryl would have been like, what, 9 or 14, depending on if Campbell was talking about, probably Metal Gear 2, so like 14 years old. With Campbell telling Meryl stories about the man in the cardboard box by the fireplace or something. And then there's a different call. Nastasha has a full analysis of the box.
A cardboard box. A cardboard box usually consists of a thin pasteboard with a corrugated paper center. They are usually made of recycled paper. It was first invented in Europe over 100 years ago. It was originally used to absorb one's sweat when wearing hats. With the same amount of wood to make one wooden box, you can make 6 or 7 cardboard boxes. And since it's recyclable, it's highly economical. In addition, it's strong and easy to store. That's why it's widely used for packing. But to avoid damaging weapons and other delicate instruments when shipping them, they should be packed in stronger boxes like wood or something. Also, the crevices should be filled with styrofoam to prevent them from moving around. So, anyway, what's with the box?
Oh, nothing. No big deal.
Never mind. Is Snake like ashamed of what he actually uses the box for after all that analysis? Maybe he doesn't want to tell her, I don't know. Here we have the floor that makes noise. We get the call about it. I can't do it.
Snake, that floor is designed so that your footsteps echo. Listen, Snake, there's a way to walk so your footsteps won't be heard. I call it stalking. Here's how you do it. First, put your weight on the opposite foot that you're going to step with. Then, take a step so that your heel makes contact with the ground first. Then, as you slowly lower the tip of your foot to the floor, gradually shift your weight onto that foot. Use your knees to maintain the subtle balance. Try it.
I can't do it.
Another way is to wear your socks over your shoes. If you crawl on your stomach, you won't make any noise either.
So since we can't actually... There's no walking animation, MGS1, it's all running. Snake says, I can't do it, because there's no like little walk animation like there is in the other games. But there's actually like 3 different ways of not making noise. But he mentioned there, crawling works. You can't actually put your socks over your shoes in MGS1. But you can crawl, but you know, it's slow. And the other 2 ways are if you just lightly tap and let go. See, that doesn't make noise, but we're moving. But this is also kind of slow. Because the animation to take a step isn't complete. You let go before it completes and you don't make noise. But the real pro way of doing it is by equipping a weapon and then unequipping it repeatedly, because that also resets your walking animation. So if you do this, you'll never make noise and you're going at full speed. Whee! Okay. Now, we're gonna deal with that guy later when I actually have card 4. Okay, we don't have to worry about the noise that far from him. I guess if you really stretch out your socks, you can wear them over your shoes. Alright, billion warnings about the lasers here.
Be careful, Snake. That airlock is set with infrared sensors. You probably can't see them with your naked eyes, but there are infrared beams coming out of that wall. Touch any one of them and the doors will seal off and the place will be flooded with poison gas. Somehow you've got to get through without setting off those sensors.
So we don't have the thermal goggles, but we can use good old cigarettes method. And the speed of these lasers is actually influenced by the difficulty level. Each different ones is a little different speed, and they're all faster the harder the difficulty. And I'm not gonna risk it here because I know I'm gonna fail it, but in MGS1 you can actually walk on top of it. Like when it's all the way at the bottom, you can step over it. But yeah, I'd rather just wait for it. And then once we get through the door, we'll get a checkpoint and then we'll see what happens with these lasers. And you get caught. I think we just passed the fastest one. And this one. Alright, let's get this checkpoint real quick. We did get a little bit of damage from smoking, but that's okay. Alright, let's head back for a second. So this is one of the few parts in MGS1 where you can fuck up instantly. If you touch one of these lasers, you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it. If you're doing any sort of challenge or special run or ranked run, then you're screwed. Everything else, like if you get an alert, you can save and reload, and then we'll put you back at the beginning of the checkpoint as if nothing happened. But here, if we trigger these lasers, they instantly seal off the area. Then the gas comes in. There's nothing you can do. We're just gonna die like a rat in here. But what if you call for help? Nobody gives a shit. Now that we triggered lasers, you can't even call me nothing. Nobody. Meryl, Stasha, Campbell, nobody gives a shit. Alright. And now that we're dying, what happens in the game over screen? They call you. Now they want to talk to me. Now they're calling. Okay. I always thought it was funny. They don't give a shit on the codec, but when you die, they suddenly start calling again. I'm pretty sure they can turn off the lasers. In fact, they do after the tank fight. Is it after the tank fight or after... I don't know, maybe... when you come back for the PSG-1, you don't have to do the lasers in reverse. They don't stay on. See, thank you for the 20 months. And so yeah, for smoking. We don't have the thermal goggles. And I don't pick up the mine detector because it's useless without the radar. It actually changes the description. On hard and extreme it says cannot be used in hard and extreme. Like it's just trashing your inventory. So we can't see the claymores.
Snake, be careful. There are claymore mines around there. Use a mine detector.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby?
Listen, there's a tank in front of your position waiting to ambush you.
Who are you anyway?
One of your fans.
Just deep throat it. I mean, just Google it. Google deep throat and several pounds of muff. See what comes up. There's another claymore right here. These are actually useful. So now, depending on who we call, we'll get a slightly different call because you can ask different people about deep throat. Like Mei Ling, what do you know about deep throating? I mean,
Mei Ling, how can someone outside of this operation cut into my codec?
You're talking about that guy calling himself Deep Throat. We were monitoring from here.
What about it?
Well, if somebody knows your frequency, they can call you. But the question is, how did he learn it? It's top secret information.
Can you tell me where he called from?
I'm sorry, the signal is too weak to locate its source. But I'm sure he's near you, somewhere on the base. Be careful, Snake.
If you go north from there...
Okay, so we only get one call. Either Mei Ling or Campbell. I think maybe he still has his call about it.
Master.
Yeah.
Does the name Deep Throat mean anything to you?
Deep Throat? What? You mean the guy from Watergate?
No, but he uses the same name. Whoever he is, he's not part of our operation, but he's been giving me advice by Codec.
What?
On top of that, he wasn't using burst transmission. It seems he was transmitting from somewhere on this base.
Somewhere on the base?
Yes.
I have no idea who that could be.
I see.
So, I know why. It's because Campbell called the Mei Ling call about it essentially lead into the same call. If you ask Campbell, he just puts on Mei Ling. So you can get one of two calls, but essentially the beginning is slightly different, but that's it. But his call is different. I think Meryl has one.
If you go north from there, you'll eventually come to the warhead storage
She
building.
doesn't?
Dr. Emmerich should be in the laboratory area in the second floor basement.
This does have a follow-up.
I'll go ahead and wait for you there.
Meryl.
Anything
What?
stupid?
Are you gonna tell me to stay back because I'm too green again?
Nope, it's your decision. I can't stop you from doing what you want, but
But
don't do anything stupid, okay?
stupid? Boy, thanks for the great show of confidence.
Meryl.
Anyway, I'll see you there.
Press 1. Thank you for 7 months. Welcome back. She should
If you
have.
go north from there.
I thought she had a deep throat call too. The shit you'll say in this game. I don't think Nastasha gives a shit.
That area is mined? If you only had a mine detector. After you locate the mines on your radar,
There's some mine
crawl forward
lore.
and retrieve them. Anti-personnel mines have killed over 20,000 non-combatants in the past 30 years. In countries like Cambodia and Nicaragua, the killing and maiming of innocent victims continues long after the wars have ended. It is easy to plant mines, you see, but removing them is a different matter. It requires more time and manpower than anyone is willing to invest. The superpowers need to donate more mine detectors and other equipment to remove them. It is the least
And who
we
is
can do
this
after
Solidus?
God damn it, bag of
My
crabs.
predecessor, Donald Trump. That was the name the public came to know him by.
Every time, bag of crabs. Thanks for the bits. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the Claymore call. This game makes Claymores way cooler than they are in real life.
If you only had a mine detector. After
That's all she talks about, unless, yeah, because we're here. Okay, she wouldn't talk about the Claymore itself. That's okay. Oh shit, Furious. $24 and 1 cent, because he has to fuck with me. He has to fuck with the decimals. Thank you so much for the donation, man. Good to see you. Furious Spoil donation. Donated $24 and 1 cent. Save Meryl, then save save Meryl, then save Meryl. I'm sure you have time to get both of them for Johnny's sake. Is this like Hideo and Kojima? Oh, I see what you're doing there. The 1 cent is actually not entirely at full, just to put it ahead. Thanks, Furious. Hideo and Kojima. Meryl and Meryl. Meryl. Alright, now let's do some tank stuff here. But, like I said, we need to get hit a couple times to get the full experience.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass. Send him a message. Rules of
Raven's laughing at you.
You belong on the ground.
Cool though.
You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are.
Almost perfect timing. This game's so much better, I wish I had a pink suit. Alright, so here's the deal with Raven's Easter egg with the tank. Depending on which of his hits you get hit, he will do different things. I don't remember exactly the order, but I do know that number 7 has something. And I think 1 to 3 will do the same thing, and 3 to 6 do another thing, and then 7 does another thing. Favorite boss at MGS1, probably the fist fight with Liquid. I have a lot of fun fucking with him in that fight. Alright, so let's count to 7. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 7. Eat it. Let's slow down. So he comes out of the hatch. Weird flex, but okay. Okay, now we need to die. Let's stop the claymore. Oh shit. So he fucking flexes on you. Oh, I should probably... Okay, because we're gonna do this a few times. I should... trigger the call, pick up the claymores, and then get the checkpoint again. Because then I might have to do this every time. 1 claymore, please. Okay. These 2 claymores will actually be useful during the fight. But let me get the checkpoint real quick. Because if you don't pick up the deep throat call here, the one later with the Nikita in the gas room gets a little weird. Because he starts talking to you and telling you what to do. And only after that, Snake is like, "Who are you?" again. Alright, so now, let's see. I think it changes every 3. So now if we get hit by the first, I think first 3, one of the first 3. So there's the one where he flexes on the 7th one. Let's try the first one. Oof. And that one he just points and laughs at you. Alright, now we can only get 1 of these scenes per continue, so now we gotta die. Luckily there's some handy claymores here.
Snake! What happened? Snake! Snake!
And then there's, I think the 4th one is gonna have a different animation where he will laugh his ass off. He doesn't just point and laugh at you, he loses his shit. And it's funny as fuck. I think, okay, let's get hit by number 4 now. If you die, they give you a fucking backseat call by using chaff grenades. 2, 3, 4. Eat shit. He fucking loses his shit. I think it's just those three. Yeah, they start repeating after. He starts clapping and just banging on the tank. Yeah, it's even better in the flexing one. Alright, now let's actually maybe try to fight. See what happens. So we're gonna get the back C call because we died too many times.
That M1 tank is equipped with advanced Victronics. Once it locks onto a target, it automatically tracks it, and its main gun is effective up to 3,000 meters. To get close, you'll have to confuse the tracking system. Use your chaff. If you can jam the system and get close enough, it won't be able to use its main gun. Use your chaff at a long distance to fool its electronic systems.
Actually don't need to do that, we can just hide behind the rock here, and then hide behind this little cliff here, and then we'll be close enough so that he doesn't use the main gun anymore. However, even once we're close, this call actually changes when you're close, which is cool.
Even if you can get close, the M1 tank's maximum speed is 45 miles per hour. First, you'll have to slow it down. Go after its caterpillars with C4 or grenades. Once it slows down, toss a grenade in the commander's turret. The M1 has exceptionally strong armor. With your weapons, the only way to beat it is to attack the soldiers inside through the hatch. Try to aim at the upper hatch with your grenades.
Why would Snake order McDonald's? Always with the 180 IQ questions, huh? Bunyan. In case you don't have Nastasha, Meryl also tells you to use chaff grenades.
No matter how good you are, there's no way you can match
Oh, but
up against
okay,
an
not
M1
anymore.
tank. All you can do is try to take out the person in the driver's seat. With grenades, you should be able to attack the soldier on top of the tank too.
A tank can't operate by itself. It's actually a fairly delicate weapon. Don't worry. You've got at least a fighting chance. Ask Nastasha what she thinks.
Otacon is much more impressed by this later in MGS4 than anything else. And uh-oh, Master must be on the toilet right now. Oh well, he's busy. Okay, so another thing that changes the difficulty level is, like Nastasha was saying, the tank is fucking fast. So the speed changes with difficulty level, and also the fact that we gotta hit the threads twice to actually slow it down. And I'm eating shit because we're getting like the worst outcome right now. When the tank goes south like that, ooh, that was close. The terrain is all irregular and shit here with all these little cliffs, so it's really hard to land the grenade. And so that's, well, that didn't even go off. So you can use a claymores or C4 or even grenades if they land next to it. Fuck, I'm eating so much shit right now. And you can slow it down, but we gotta do it twice. And I am eating a lot of shit right now. It is so tasty. And then if the tank, I think this is about to happen actually. If the tank keeps sitting on you when your iframes, your invincibility frames are up, guess what? You fucking die. There's nothing you can do about it. Exactly. He just made me eat that shit for breakfast. That's like the worst outcome. It's really rare too. If after your invincibility frames recover, he's still on top of you, you just fucking die instantly. God, that was bad. So like I was saying, the tank is probably the hardest fight on Extreme. Most random, RNG heavy, a lot of shit can happen. Can kill a lot of speedruns. But if I just start chucking grenades as soon as I get close, we might get some on the ground next to it and slow it down maybe. And then we'll just put a couple claymores around here. Oh, he stopped before he... What an asshole. Next I'm gonna step on my own claymore probably. Or eat shit from the machine gun. Okay, that worked, that worked. So when the grenade lands like that, we only do half the damage. It looks like a quarter, but I say half because it's 2 soldiers, so it's like half of this guy's health. I'm scared, that's where the Claymore is. Okay, that's gonna kill him. And then another thing we can do is, if I aim carefully, when you throw the grenade right into the hatch, see, it does that sound effect. That means the grenade is right in there.
See how you like this?
Oh no, don't do that shit again. Okay, nice. If you get it right in there, then you will kill him in 1 hit. But there's 2 soldiers each time, so you gotta do it twice at least. And that was a little weird. If you get a little big explosion animation, it's weird. So sometimes it slows it down, sometimes it doesn't, and doesn't do the full explosion animation.
Well, boss, I hope you are happy. He got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon. Much like you, I would expect no less.
See? I told you so, but I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, Snake is mine now. When I meet him next, I'll take special care of him.
Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He and I will meet again in battle.
Same prediction as always?
Yes, the raven on my head. It thirsts for his blood.
So we don't actually get to see it, because Snake automatically goes through the door in that scene. Unless you go back, we don't get to see the tank. Because the second time through here, the tank will be gone. Unless you're playing the superior version, Twin Snakes, it's always there. But only for now, the tank will be here. Yeah, the superior version. You can actually... Can we crawl under it? Probably not. But we can definitely do some fuckery here by... Oof. Hey. This is completely necessary, by the way. See if we can get on top of it. Damn it. That conversation there, it's Raven, Ocelot, and Liquid. That's why Liquid wasn't picking up. I mean, spoilers. Holy shit. I mean, Master was busy. Yes, speedrun strats right here. Come on. Maybe if you do it sideways. Remember. That almost worked. It kind of teleports you around a little bit. Damn it. I want a tank. The latest Metal Gear game told me that you should be able to ride a tank into battle and nobody will see it. Ah! Where's my stealth tank? Damn it. I don't remember this is what I did it. Maybe... Oh, there you go. Alright, let's go. This is now a Phantom Pain stream. Let's go. Sneaking mission with a tank. Yeah. It still sounds like snow when you walk on top of it. I think this one's actually... No, it's leaving footprints on it. But interesting, you can knock on it, even though you're never supposed to be up here. I guess it's just the same metal material. That's kind of how you do it. It's not really worth the effort, but I'm telling you, this series isn't complete unless you can ride a tank into battle and be completely unnoticed by the enemy. You only fucking ram into them. Any reference to actual existing games is purely coincidental. Fuck, I can't do anymore. Ah, fuck it, let's go. That'll be the day. Playing a sneaking game in a tank. That'll never happen.
Be careful. You absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachines so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten? That's where they keep the nuclear warheads. Can't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just leave them here? It's like President Baker said, totally careless.
They're working on a limited budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the media, but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do.
All of the warheads in those boxes have had their detonation mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads are broken, they might leak plutonium, and that would be a serious problem.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
Now we can't use anything except chaff grenades, because I guess they don't have enough destructive power. It's bullshit, by the way, because it's just a mechanic to make your life harder here. Nothing happens. But because the enemies still shoot like it's nothing, you can technically use the PSG-1 to shoot through the gap in the door. Nothing happens. It's just to make your life harder. And if you do get caught in here without the gas mask, you're pretty much dead, because the gas will kill you if the enemy doesn't. So pretty much the only use a gas mask actually has is to survive this area, because you don't really need it in Otacon's lab. Okay, so this is it. This is what they were talking about. Several pounds of muff. It's more than several pounds. Nastasha has a lot of stuff to say about all the warheads in here.
Snake, that is a nuclear warhead storage area.
Are all these filled with nuclear warheads?
Yes, but their detonation mechanisms have been removed.
So I don't have to worry about this island turning into a pile of smoking rubble.
No, but if the casing is damaged, they may be leaking nuclear materials. Please, make sure you do not use your gun around there. Naturally, nuclear weapons contain plutonium. Most of the radiation emitted by plutonium isotopes consists of alpha rays. The ionization effects are strong, but if they are kept in containers, there is no danger of exposure. But if plutonium enters the body through breathing or other contact, it is quickly absorbed into the bones and internal organs. After that, there is no way to remove it. Once that happens, the victim will be constantly exposed to it, and just 1/1,000,000th of a gram of plutonium can cause cancer. That is why a plutonium leak is such a serious danger. Make sure you do not use your gun anywhere near there. Scientists are currently using gene therapy to try and create a microorganism capable of breaking down plutonium, but they have not yet had any success.
The plutonium version of bioremediation, huh? Instead of processing, what about reusing it? I thought that they were working on using dismantled plutonium for civilian applications.
For a time, it looked like there was going to be international cooperation for that. But unfortunately, there was too much mutual suspicion and it all fell apart. The signing of START was a step in the right direction, but it created a flood of dismantled plutonium. Disposing of that plutonium safely is now the biggest challenge facing the world. Combustion in nuclear reactors, vitrification processing, lots of suggestions have been made, but in reality, no effective solutions have been found. Scientists are currently using...
Yeah, she's repeating stuff now. Let's see. Oh, some random advice.
In war, a split second can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Don't ever hesitate. The slower you react, the greater the chance that you'll be beaten.
Okay.
Snake, you've got to rescue Dr. Emmerich, the Metal Gear engineer.
He's probably being held prisoner in the second floor basement of the Warhead Storage Building.
Snake, never use...
Okay. So yeah, we learned from the MGS4 podcast, because you come back in this area, and there's a developer commentary in this area, that this area actually maxes out, probably the entire game, but this area in particular, they maxed out the polygon count for the PS1. So in order to save on polygons, they covered some of these crates and these missiles with this green tarp, so that you need less polygons for them. And also that panel over here, this in MGS4 is actually a window. You can see through it, and you can see that there's more rooms like this one with more missiles and more crates. So this isn't all of it. There's more rooms like this one, or supposed to be, but they couldn't do it on PS1. Now, thanks to the power of the Cell processor on PS3, they could show the other room in there. And also the fact that the elevators, of course, are loading areas, loading screens in each floor, between each floor. And on PS3, you know, it's all one big area because they don't need that. In fact, when you go through the little areas and like the hallways and stuff in this building, that's one of the few times that MGS4 actually runs at 60 FPS. If there's literally nothing else on the screen, a tiny hallway, and you're looking at the floor, then yes, MGS4 will actually run at 60 FPS. Now let's do maybe a save call.
What is it, Snake?
Power of the
Snake
Cell.
in China, they say. You must cross the river before you tell the crocodile he has bad breath. Do you know what that means? It means that the wise man avoids danger first. Use your brain to avoid traps and stay away from the enemy.
So before we actually go to B2, we'll just run in here and get Nikita. And then we can take a look at what these guys are doing. If you just run in here, grab Nikita and leave. Just barely time because there's a guy just looking that way. Normally we just run back to B1, but B2, but what about the pissing technology? So listen carefully to this guy taking a piss. You can tell when he's about to be done because of the last few drops of piss sound effect. And then he zips it up. He was actually done when we got there. And then he pretends to wash his hands. But really he's just looking in the mirror how pretty he is with his mask. So, how dare you? If you don't wash your hands, Snake will come and snap your neck. So the fact that this guy was going back to the main room there means that the other guy is about to go take a piss. I almost said a shit. He has to go take a piss. That's all these two guys do, is alternate back and forth between patrolling in the room and going out of the room to take a piss. Now that guy's coming out. And now he's going to take a piss in a different urinal. Because he knows. You have the sound effects, you have the pixelization, you have the steam. That actually kills the FPS if you look at it. I hope that's just his hand. And listen to that sound design of piss sound effects. Turn up the volume. Oh, he's almost done. Yeah, you don't make eye contact. Makes sense. And he pretends to wash his hands too. Ah shit, I did the thing. Oh shit. This is actually pretty tough because that guy is guarding the elevator and it's right there. Shit. Might have to keep him down until the alert is over. They actually hear the bodies when they drop down on the floor. Okay, oops. So, I think that killed both of them because nobody said return to your positions. Yeah, it's clear now. So, pissing is dangerous. Essentially, that's the moral of the story.
Those are remote-controlled miniature reconnaissance missiles, sometimes called Nikita missiles. They've got CCD cameras in their nose cones. After you fire them, they'll transmit their visual data to your monitor. You can control their flight freely in all directions. But the missiles have a limited amount of fuel. Watch the gauge carefully. Press the first-person view button to see the missile's visual data. Use them wisely.
The other unrealistic weapon in MGS1. Although it's not as crazy these days, but it is still pretty crazy because apparently the missiles are too slow to stay airborne. Can you kill the one guy that's Meryl? Yes, you can kill Meryl when she's in there, but she's not there yet. It was just those two guys. When Meryl's in there, there's three of them. And you can definitely tell Meryl apart because her ass cheeks are squeaky from all the sweat. Seriously, she squeaks when she walks around. She has a different walk, and you know, when she sees Snake, you can hear her gasping, and that's her. And since she's dressed as one of those light infantry soldiers, and those guys die in 2 hits, she also dies in 2 hits. But when she takes off the disguise, it's different, yeah? It's interesting. And we can hear and see Otacon here, but the story goes the wall's too thick for him to hear anything through it. But yeah, you can kill Meryl, although it's really easy to tell her apart, and you just get a game over if you kill her. Ah, I forgot to show off the hand dryer. Oh well. And we also have these holes for purification. Ask Meryl, what are these glory holes in the wall for?
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
This is the one Deep Throat call that we're forced to take. So if you don't take the previous one, Snake starts talking to him and is like, how? I can't reach it. And then he's like, who are you? So it works a little weird if you don't do the first call.
For the time being, let's trust what Deep Throat told us. Use a remote-controlled missile to destroy the switchboard in the northwest section of the Warhead Storage Building's second-floor basement. Make sure your remote-controlled missile doesn't get shot down by those gun cameras.
She really has nothing to say here.
Over 2.
Yeah.
Master, Does the name Deep Throat mean
This again? Oh, because we died to the tank, of course.
That inner voice that warns you when danger is nearby. You can't learn that in training. You've got to have survived a few firefights, seen a few friends blown away, before you learn that trick. When you're trying to hide, avoid places that look like the enemy might search. Think about how your enemy is going to move, and then sneak in there. Doesn't matter how smart you are, just use your head out there.
There's another call similar to this where he says, if you can put yourself in the level designer's head, a lot of doors will open to you. Is that a Metal Gear 2 call? I think it is. That's the equivalent of that call. I think there's also something similar.
Divide and conquer. Try to take your enemies on one at a time.
I was just giving random ass advice right now. So we do want to go at full speed here to avoid the cameras. And then you have to stop for the corner. This little room is where you would find the FAMAS if you don't pick it up in the armory. Or you would find a ration in here on lower difficulties. Another interesting thing is, we don't really need it, but for the sake of completion, destroy that camera, get the gas mask. And we're almost out of air. You can definitely make it through this air without the gas mask, but there's a call about it. There's a first person view of the gas mask. Let's see if we can get a good view on it. It's not quite the same as Mantis's mask. It's a more modern one, I think. Hey, that's okay. She has a call about it.
You got a gas mask. Good. That is a double eyepiece type. Be careful. Unlike the transparent shield type, it will restrict your field of vision. It is equipped with a voice emitter, so do not worry about not being heard. The outside is made of reinforced plastic, and the inside is made from an acetate weave. Also, the eyepieces are specially treated, so they won't fog up. You will be able to stay in a gas field area for a long time with that mask.
Yes.
Use it wisely.
It doesn't actually stop your O2 from dropping, but it makes it a lot slower. So you can stay in here a little while longer. You don't really need to, but yeah, let's use this other key for this camera here. Did I get it? Yes, okay. The breathing sound effect. There's not really anything useful like we can access right now that way, because it's all higher level doors. We're not gonna go there. But before we go, let's take a look at this here. This door has a little writing on it. It says Hal's Labo. Keep out. It's also kind of interesting that this is also one of the screenshots on the back of the disc case that we were looking at earlier. Hey Malachite Kel, thank you for the 15 months. Yeah, Labo is short for laboratory, but you'd think it would just be lab, like we say in English, just lab. But Labo is like more of a Japanese way of shortening it. Laboratory is Labo. So this thing here is supposed to show you that Otacon is kind of like, you know, a little kid riding on his room door. You know, Hal's room, keep out. Little spoiled brat, you know, like that. Little annoying kid like that. Or a weeb. Or the fact that he refers to himself as an otaku. Yeah, it might not mean much to us in these days or in the Western world, but referring to yourself as an otaku in Japan is kind of frowned upon, especially, you know, when this game came out. So this is supposed to add to all of that, the fact that originally, because it didn't quite go that way, but originally Otacon was supposed to be like this little spoiled kid who doesn't understand the consequences of his actions, and you know, he doesn't feel bad about it, he doesn't give a shit, and it's just like, you know, this is a remnants of that kind of stuff. And ultimately, they didn't quite write Otacon that way, because he does feel bad about what he does. He tries to make up for it. He cries over it. But originally, like, he started doing all that stuff because of anime, really. Because he's a fucking weeb. And he started, like, researching and creating weapons because of that. And it was supposed to be that he wasn't quite getting or caring about the consequences of his own actions, like a spoiled kid, and being more annoying than he was supposed to turn out originally. But actually, that's related to the fact that in MGS2 they made Otacon. They kind of added to Otacon's dark past. They made this like dark past about him with the whole thing with Emma and Huey and whatever, because people saw Otacon more like a victim than a spoiled, annoying, nerd who just wanted to create weapons, not caring about the consequences. So the reason that they added Otacon's dark past in MGS2 is because they didn't quite get the reception or the reaction they wanted from Otacon in MGS1. He was supposed to be more like somebody who doesn't give a shit as long as he gets to make his robots, yeah. And then they, of course, completely undid all that with Huey turning out to be an actual asshole. But that's way after any of this was conceived. So let's not go there. Otacon's dark past has to do with that interpretation of him, but people ended up looking at him more as a victim with remorse, I guess. He starts crying over it. It's one of those things that I don't think translated well in the English versions, maybe, or the English or Western experience of Metal Gear and experiencing Otacon as a character. But yeah, they specifically had Emma's blood, like Kojima specifically requested that Otacon's coat be stained with Emma's blood in MGS2 when she dies, as a symbol of it being his fault. Even though you could argue that he was abused, he was seduced, whatever, but and then it turns out Huey was an asshole. But of course, that had nothing to do at the time. MGS1 and 2 would have written, and it had nothing to do with anything.
What are these holes in the wall for?
That's an air cleaner for blowing tiny particles of dust off people's bodies before they enter the lab.
And I should probably mention that there is actually a character who ended up being exactly that. Being the spoiled, bratty, annoying little kid who just creates, death machines for the hell of it and doesn't give a shit about the consequences. He just wants to have his cool killing robot. And that is Jimmy from Ghost Babel. Although Emma is also a pretty good way of looking at it, because Emma ends up not really... Well, when she puts up the show with Snake and Otacon on the Codec, yes, she's kind of the same way. She just wants to achieve her goal for her selfish reasons. But I think Jimmy is actually closer to that. In Ghost Babel, he is just constantly a little shit to everyone. Until, spoilers, he fucking dies by explosive handcuffs. Isn't that amazing? Explosive handcuffs. What a way to go. The Jimmy is the Metal Gear genius engineer guy in Ghost Babel, and he's just a little kid. He's like 16 or some shit. And he's just constantly bratty like that and not giving a shit about anything until the very end when it's too late. And boom, he fucking dies of explosive handcuffs.
Snake, Dr. Emmerich is being held just north of there.
Ghost Babel is really good for what it is. Freaking Game Boy Color game with that, good, like, It's brilliant in a lot of ways. The music, gameplay, the story, it's a freaking Game Boy Color game.
It looks like they were cut by some type of blade.
And it's hard as shit. Probably has the most involved Metal Gear fight in the series. A fucking Metal Gear fight in that game. Being with the tier 1 sub wouldn't happen to be a reference Bimmy and Jimmy. We were just talking about it. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a look at these guys in a second. But first, see, Snake isn't supposed to really know what's going on here, only that they were killed by some blade. Meryl is carrying a knife, technically. She could have done this.
Meryl, this pile of corpses, is this your handiwork?
No way.
I didn't think so.
Who could have done that?
You got me, but he must be somewhere up ahead.
Then I guess you'll just have to go and find out.
Hey, Daddy D, thanks for the 92 months. Ghost Babel is an alternate sequel to Metal Gear 1. Not Metal Gear Solid 1, but Metal Gear 1. So you have Metal Gear 1 on MSX, please don't play the NES version. And then instead of going into Metal Gear 2, it goes into Ghost Babel. It's just completely a spin-off, but it's a really good one. This call makes no fucking sense in Phantom Pain. Wait, no, in the Twin Snakes, whatever, they're both shit. You're not supposed to know what happened yet. In Twin Snakes, they show you the whole scene because the ninja moves are cool. And even after that, you get the call with Meryl. Did you do this? Is this your handiwork? I would recommend Ghost Babel to anybody, just because it's non-canon. Kojima didn't touch it with his dick. That actually tells you a lot what Metal Gear can be without Kojima. If only, they kept our Lord and Savior Fukushima. I think Kojima at best produced Ghost Babel, but it was directed by Fukushima. Shit, I never had the thermal goggles to show the detail here, because the way we do it with the SOCOM. So there's a lot of details in this room. And somebody was asking, the bodies are still here in MGS4, right? Fuck no, they're not. The only thing left here in MGS4 is the dent on the wall and maybe some of the bullet holes. We had the slash on the door and the bullet holes. I think the dent on the wall definitely, but then the floor is like completely clean. That's kind of bullshit. So we have a lot of little details here. All of these guys have their own unique cinematic camera angles. You might notice that that foot is twitching there because this guy, the guy who was just impaled by the ninja, he's actually still alive. He's just still breathing. Not for very long. Once we come out from the ninja fight in there, he will be dead once we're here. Or even I think if I change areas now, go back and come back, he will be dead. This guy is still alive but dying. And this is the guy who just died in front of Snake. The guy who said, oh, it's a ghost. So these two guys are actually still warm. If we had the thermal goggles, you'd see that these two guys give off a heat signature while the others don't. But the real reason that they don't do it is because these two guys have to move in real time while the others are just part of the background. So those two guys are rendered, and the guys in the background are not rendered actively. They're like pre-rendered, they're part of the background, because this game could not handle this many soldiers in one area. There's only really 2 enemies in here, and the others are part of the background. There's never any more than 3 soldiers, with rare exceptions. You can have 4 on screen at the same time, but each area usually has 3 or less, and there's 4 under very specific circumstances. The 4 guys in the elevator fight, the communications towers, come to mind, but guess what? Those guys are fucking invisible, and it's a tiny ass area. So there's less to render, and those guys are invisible in stealth camos. Usually it's 3. Another way you can technically have 4 soldiers show up is if you just drag a lot of people on your ass. Again, the communications towers when you're rushing up the stairs, you could technically have 4 there, but you have to really go out of your way to do it. And again, it's not much else going on there other than the stairs. But yeah, generally it's 3 soldiers. So we have the cinematic camera angles, we have all the sword slashes, and these guys, just a few pixels, you can see his rib cage. You have all the blood and bullet holes on the floor. And if we look at this guy, oh, this again, split rib cage, open. Fox engine can be modified to allow up to 24. I hear 12 is the magic number. You see that on his shoulder? That's actually a tiny, tiny, tiny Foxhound emblem on his uniform. It's just like literally a few pixels. It's like 8 pixels total, but it's not that these guys are Foxhound, but they are under Foxhound command, so they get the little Foxhound emblem on their uniform on both sides actually. And another cool detail is here we have the only other SOCOM in the game pistol. This guy doesn't have a suppressor. Would have been cool to see more, but yeah, 2 Mark 23s. So they do use it, they do issue to them. And I guess this must have been Johnny's then, because that's where we found it. Box goes, thank you so much for the 77 months. And then you have tiny ass details on the guns here. The guns on the floor, there's no light on them like the live soldiers carry. But here's a fun detail actually. One thing that the Twin Snakes does not do in all its infinite attention to detail, you know how Snake tells Meryl that the safety is still on during the cutscene? See that little knob in front of the trigger of the FAMAS? That's the safety. They actually have approximately 2 pixels that get distorted when you zoom in worth of safety, so Snake can see the safety being on during that scene, and Twin Snakes does not have that at all. I'm actually curious about the FAMAS model in the MGS2 demo. Does that have it? Even if it doesn't, that was never meant to release, and you know, it was incomplete. It's basically an unfinished weapon because they decided to cut it out for the M4. But I do wonder if that model has it. I've actually never messed with it too much. I know the Twin Snakes doesn't have it. The Twin Snakes also has an incorrect LAM for the Mark 23. Again, things that the fucking PS1 pixels do right, the remake doesn't. so I really gotta check that out, because I don't know why the hell they didn't just reuse the models that they had. Now I don't think it's not trademark issues. So this door is actually a level 4 door, and we only have a level 3 card up until this point in the story. So if it weren't for the ninja slashing the control panel open for the door, we would not be able to get to Otacon. But this door opens even without the key, as it's broken. Wait, turns out you can just fucking destroy the panel to open the door? Why can't Snake do that? And you can see the sword slash more clearly in MGS4, I guess, but every other detail, like the bodies, the camera angles, I think the blood is gone. Maybe there's some bullet holes, this dent in the wall is there, that's about it. Anyway, there's a lot of shit going on in this area in terms of details, more than you might think at first.
Snake. Divide and conquer.
Not now. The ninja.
The ninja?
What?
That stealth camouflage. It's him. It must be.
Snake, Emmerich's in danger. Hurry and go after him.
And he's fine. He's got piss to defend himself with. I don't think Nastasha gives a shit.
They say that there are 500,000 nuclear engineers in the world. But after the end of the Cold War, the demand for nuclear engineers dropped precipitously. In the Eastern Bloc countries in particular...
We already got this call. Yeah, sometimes Nastasha doesn't give a shit about what's going on around you. Just here's this history lesson. Which is actually really interesting, mixing in the real life politics and history with the Metal Gear universe. Alright, fuck, let's go.
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
Where is my friend?
What are you talking about? Oh, what next?
Snake.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to do battle with you.
What is it, revenge?
It is nothing so trivial as revenge. A fight to the death with you. Only in that can my soul find respite. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Fine. He can watch from inside there.
I need that man. Keep your hands off him.
Snake, hurt me a lot, please.
Make me feel alive.
Hurt me more, dog. Whoa, holy shit. Fox187, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Let me know if you want to put it towards saving or killing Meryl, because you can actually change the outcome of the donation for right now. Alright, let's get the calls here, and then we'll go over each phase.
If you have a question about members of Foxhound, you should ask Naomi.
I'm sorry, but there's no one in Foxhound like that. There are currently only 6 members of Foxhound. Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Vulcan Raven, Decoy Octopus, Revolver Ocelot, and finally Liquid Snake. The genome soldiers under his command are next-generation special forces. Foxhound is intended to be a small number of highly elite, hand-picked soldiers.
You're talking about the current Foxhound, right?
Yes.
Snake, who or what is that thing? Is he an enemy or not?
That's what I'd like to know. Naomi, you really don't have any idea?
Maybe I should ask you the same thing.
What?
Nothing. Forget about it.
But Snake is kind of already suspicious because it's like the current Foxhound, right? Because he was definitely Foxhound before. Top Ramens with the 5 gift the subs. Thank you so much. Guys, enjoy those free subs from Top Ramens. So generous for everyone. Thank you. Might as well get all the calls done.
Snake, he's obviously trying to provoke you.
Look at him move. He must have some kind of powered exoskeleton.
Powered exoskeleton? You mean like prosthetic arms and legs?
No, prosthetics are intended to replace original body parts. That ninja's exoskeleton makes him far stronger than any normal human. He is a true cyborg, a cybernetic organism.
So he's half machine, huh?
I heard rumors about the experiments, but I had no idea that such a creature really existed.
This blew my mind the first time. Wait, cyborg? Cybernetic organism. Oh, fuck, that's what it stands for. That makes a lot of sense. Pity what the tier 267 wants. Holy shit. Scan frame is closed. Thank you.
He's just playing with you. Why don't you try throwing away your weapons?
Ninja? I've never heard of any member of Foxhound like that. But you're gonna have to do something about him if you want to save Dr. Emmerich.
Honestly, the calls are kind of boring about the ninja fight.
Snake, he's obviously trying to provoke
Well, that's it. So the first phase, when he has his sword out, you can use weapons and he won't slash your ass for it unless you take too long. Once you do damage to him twice, he will switch to the next phase. But if you keep trying to use weapons, he will talk a lot of shit.
You can't defeat me with a weapon like that.
Then we can get him to talk some shit first. But wait, what if I use a chaff grenade? That actually stops him. We can hit him with anything right now. Give him maybe one little hit. See if we can get the second part of the shit talk. If you do damage twice, it moves to the next phase, so let's not do that again. Come on, talk shit. Maybe. There you go. You say that, but alright, second phase now. He talks shit if you use weapons effectively, even. Oh, that's weird. I guess we gotta do more damage, like 2 combos worth, not just twice. That's weird. Okay, this is when he would slash my ass when he stops running around. Ooh, that hurts. That really hurts.
Snake, you can't defeat me with a weapon like that.
He just fucking destroys you. It's actually scary if you don't know how to handle it. But actually, one of the ways you can mitigate damage is by not missing. If you force him to parry like that, to block the bullets. I'm dead. Oh shit. You know what just happened? You actually can't open the inventory while he's talking. So I tried to open the inventory, but he was talking. You can't open. Oh, why that happens. Alright. Getting slashed twice. Just show off the attack.
Hand to hand, it is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
So now you're technically supposed to put your weapon away and fight like a man. But if you keep your weapon equipped, he actually doesn't notice it until he stops to look at you. So if he's just trying to attack and jump around, during this phase the trick is to stay on him and then avoid the jump attack and then follow him around wherever he jumps away. Repeat. He's actually not noticing my weapon right now. We'll know that he noticed the weapon if we see an exclamation point on his head. Fuck, that was close. I had to. If you flip him, it doesn't do damage, but it does interrupt his attack. Holy shit, he almost punched me in the face. Let's see if we can get him to notice it. Come on, I have a gun. There we go. See, now he noticed. When he notices, he actually runs away. So, ooh, holy shit. So if you fuck up the punching, of course, if you fuck up the punch, you can force him to run away. So it's actually kind of safe to have a weapon equipped when you're fighting him. See, the reason that he fucking got me there is actually, this is one of the most subtle differences between difficulty levels in MGS1. On Extreme, when he does that kick combo, he actually tracks you the whole time. So he followed me around. He followed me around the corner and he kept tracking me with his kicks like that. On lower difficulties, he picks one direction and then he goes straight, and then you can move out of the way and he will miss. I love these little subtle differences on the difficulty levels, because it's more than just damage done and damage taken in MGS1. There's other little things like that.
Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
So, yeah. He fucking tracks you around corners and shit with it. So the trick is to stay on him at all times. Avoid the jump attack. Then he will jump away. Stay hit on him. Ooh, that was really stupid. Get back here. And he parries that, and then you just do it again. Oh my god, how did that miss? The trick is to stay on him and attack him before he attacks you. If you do damage to him, he will just keep jumping around harmlessly. You don't want to stay too far from him. That's one of the mistakes I always see people make, is just running away from him.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
In this phase, on Extreme, he doesn't wait that long before he reacts. So when he's far from you like that, it's actually better to wait, crouching. Because if you crouch, his attack will be this slow jump that you can easily avoid, and then hit him back. I guess we're close enough, we can get him now. If you wait without crouching, he will fucking slash your ass or kick your ass. And that's not good. I find that second phase the hardest, where you have to stay on him, and every time you damage him, you're not sure if he's gonna jump away or try to hit you on the spot, or you have to use your weapon to distract him. Another difference here on Extreme, when he teleports during this phase, he stays hidden. Sometimes, especially when he has even lower health, he teleports twice. But yeah, it's cool that he stays hidden, invisible-ish, after he teleports. He doesn't do that on lower difficulties.
Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle. The clashing of bone and sinew.
So like I said, if we try to flip him, he just... Now is a bad idea. Flipping him usually means that he teleports mid-flip and he lands on his feet, so you can't do damage to him. I love all these little details and intricacies in the gameplay mechanics, with each boss and each phase, with each weapon and how they react to it, and each move that you can do. This is actually one of the reasons I really love the fight with the Golden Top of Rex. You can mess with him with all your moves and things. But yeah, there is actually a way. If you just flip him like that, he just goes back and forth, no damage. But if we use a chaff grenade, like I said, anything works when chaff grenade is up, right? And this didn't occur to me for years, literally years, to do this. Flip him after the chaff grenade, and he actually goes down on the ground. And he has a unique animation for getting up. Damn, that's weird to see like Gray Fox go down on the ground and get up like that. And it took me years to think about doing this. Just hood. And then when he goes into a crouch like that, you can't hit him. So he goes into a crouch either after you hit him or after you flip him with a shaft grenade. Another thing that you might want to try is to like grab him. Unfortunately, oof, that was close. He's not as cool as Liquid. Liquid actually has a counterattack if you try to grab him. If you try to do it, he's gonna slash my ass open, isn't he? If you try to grab the ninja, Snake just fucking fails at it. Nothing happens. And trying to grab him. What happens with explosions, like, okay, I don't have any claymores, but all explosions, grenade, claymore, C4, they're all treated the same. What happens is that he just fucking... Whoa. He just teleports away from it without taking damage. But let me see if I can do that here. I don't think that was close enough. It's a little tough to do with grenades. Oh, there you go. Nope. He's just kicking my ass now. I should have saved a Claymore C4 to do this, because it's really hard to do with grenades. You have to get the timing just right. We can fuck up Otacon's lab though. Damn it. He's gonna slash my ass again. Or, oh, kick. It's really easy to avoid damage when you're just trying to fight him. To do all these little things to show off, it can be annoying. Oh shit. Can we get a grenade in here? I'm just trying to show this fucking explosion teleport. We have one grenade left. That sucks. Ooh. How fucking fat. The range, the speed, and the damage of that attack are fucking insane. Let's see, maybe I can flip him and then... Oh, I don't know where that grenade went. Oh well, I deserve that. But believe you me that he just jumps away from the explosion without taking damage. And it's kind of boring, so... Oh, Candy Lols, thank you for the $5 to kill Meryl, I just noticed. Alright, let's actually do the fight. I promise it's easy if you just want to do the fight. I really should have saved a C4 for it.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
Sometimes he decides to attack instead of jumping away. And that's when he notices the gun if you have it equipped instead. So it's kind of a safety measure. Keep your gun equipped.
Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Hey, he noticed it. It's okay. Just stay on him. Avoid the jump. See where he goes. Stay on him. I think this is the riskiest phase. What the fuck? He just stood there. Okay, that's fucking weird. That is fucking weird. That was fucking weird. What the fuck, dude? Okay, he's probably coming that way. So you can force him to stop like that, but... That was really weird.
That's good, Snake.
Oh my god, Classy, why you do this to me? Okay, now we gotta do it. Maybe, okay, if we get a good spot, I think one of these other faces is more conductive to showing the explosion teleport. Maybe if he lands here. Yes! Fuck! And I stood back up again, so now he's about to kick my ass. See, he really does not wait that long. Again, it depends on the difficulty level. Son of a bitch. Why do I only have grenades for this shit?
Hurry up and catch me.
What can we do to teleport him? Maybe the next phase, fuck it. Oh, he's walking around slowly. No, the box doesn't do anything. I don't think. Next phase, next phase. Come on, next phase is slow. It's gotta be it.
I've been waiting for this pain.
Alright, we're gonna do it. This is just slowly walking around. Son of a bitch. There you go. So, when caught in an explosion, he will just fucking teleport from it. And no damage. Especially if he's that far. You really want to blow him up? You can do it during the last phase. The very last phase, which by the way was caught from pin snakes, catches people off guard a lot. I've seen people die to it. And it's just completely removed it. I mean, we did it, but I guess it's easier in this phase. Yeah, that's definitely gonna do it. There you go. Ooh. That should not have worked. But you know what? He bullshitted me earlier and I bullshit him this time. Because the past of bullshit is bullshit.
The feel of battle. The clashing of bone and sinew.
You can actually use most of the range if you do at the very, very, very top of the range or farthest range. You can punch him before he teleports, or it's kind of risky. I mean, this phase is pretty much made to make you miss with the kick, and then he teleports behind you, and nothing personal, kid, you know? Oh, nice. See if he starts teleporting twice. It's weird, he's fucking teleports in the middle of the flip sometimes. Oof, oof. I like that effect on the flip. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Whoa! All right, bye. All right, now we can, during this phase, see that little shockwave that he gives off. The size of that blue electricity ball, I guess, when it goes off. That's the damage area. I've seen people die to it. If you time it, you can actually walk up to him and punch him. Well, why would you do that? You can just shoot him or throw grenades at him or anything. So it only does damage when it expands all the way, like that. So in between, we can go in and punch him. But guess what? It gets smaller and faster every time. So this is the second hit. See, now it's faster. But I think it's also smaller. And then the third one is even faster. Yeah, we're not fucking with that one. Instead, let's see if we can mess with Otacon. It might not be a good phase. Because he's making a lot of noise. And he's talking all the time. But I don't believe it. Now we gotta do the fucking fight again because Otacon won't freak out during this phase. And if he does, we can't hear him. Alright. He really hates that chair. Are you serious? Fucking Otacon, dude. I wanted to show that off, and I thought it'd be safe there. But Gray Fox makes a lot of fucking noise, and it's just talking all over the place with his weird fetishes. So we couldn't hear Otacon freak out in the locker. That is a vital part of this fight. Fucking hell. Hey, let's do it when he's walking around slowly. Let's just get him down to that phase. That actually, it either cancels it or it drowns it out so much that you can't hear it at all. If I wait here, should flip here. Yeah, that's also a good spot to get him. This is how the fight should go.
Hurry up and catch me. I'm here, Snake.
That's way too far. All the fucking around with Otacon needs to happen before the ninja starts freaking out. Alright.
I've been waiting for this pain.
Now we can do it. Oh my god, it's so hard to hear. Do you guys hear it? It's so fucking hard to hear it. I remember it being so hard to hear in the background. Damn. I wonder if you could knock and then go into first person. Hear it better? I don't know. Oh shit. Alright. A little busy right now. I'm trying to be mean to my nerd friends in the locker. Oh, they're not friends yet.
The field of battle. The clashing of bone and sinew.
It's like in the back channel or some shit. Oh, there you go. You can hear it clearly now.
Hurt me more. That's good, Snake.
And then we'll be taking a look at Otacon's PS1. Oop, teleported twice. Okay, get the fuck out. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. I thought he was done with that. No more. See, that's how it gets you. And it just completely removed his face from you know what.
I felt that, Snake.
Damn, that was a little messy.
Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. happening?
I'm losing myself.
Is it over?
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous. You of all people should know he died in Zanzibar.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. They were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments.
I never heard that.
It happened right after you retired. My predecessor, Dr. Clark, was in charge.
Dr. Clark?
Yes. He started the gene therapy project.
And where is he now?
He was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
So what about this soldier?
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes. But they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything. Today's genome soldiers were born from those experiments.
That's the sickest thing I ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
Naomi, what happened to Gray Fox after that?
The record says he died in the explosion.
I see. But even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you kill him?
I'd rather not. But maybe that's what he wants.
How long are you gonna stay in there?
Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out. We can't stay here forever.
Your uniform is different than theirs.
You're the Metal Gear Chief Engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh. Well, at least you're not one of them.
Huh. Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little bit trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Fire! I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No. All the armament was built by a separate department, and the President personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it, in a joint venture between Arms Tech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah, but that's not all I think. If Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
No. Could it be? Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using Nova and NIF laser nuclear fusion testing equipment and supercomputers.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data. These are some of the supercomputers. If you link these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launched that thing... Damn! Damn! I'm such a fool. It's all my fault. The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father, he was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind. But the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind, it's just in the movies.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they keeping it?
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex. I'll show you the way.
On that leg of yours, you'll just slow me down.
You'll need me if you're gonna destroy Rex.
I don't need you. I just need your brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by Codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was gonna use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after you too.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me!
Meryl, what happened? Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
A disguise?
She had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh? There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense. Here, use this security card. It's security level 4.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. And Otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation. Japan was the first country to successfully make bipedal robots. They're still the best in the field of robotics.
And Japanese cartoons played some part in that?
They did. I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes. Really, it's true.
Just sounds like a childish excuse to me.
You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has always thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists who wanted to be famous. But that's all over now. I won't take part in murder anymore.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you. I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
Band Key, thank you for the 14 months. So when Otacon says if you need ammo or rations, he'll bring them to you, let me know. That was supposed to be a feature at first. He never really does that, except for that one ration and cell, but that's that's not really what they're talking about here. Originally, it was supposed to be a feature in which Otacon would leave ammo and rations for you to pick up in a secret kind of like room in here. It would be his secret compartment, secret stash of hentai, of Japanimation. This is another something we learned from the developer commentary in integral version, calling the developer frequency here. But it was supposed to be this hidden little closet or room in Otacon's lab somewhere with all his stash of manga and Japanimation, and that's where he would leave rations and ammo for Snake. But that didn't actually make it into the game ever, so he doesn't really do that except once. Just some ketchup and a ration. Also, in that cutscene, it's hilarious that one of the things that Twin Snakes set out to do was to kind of like fix the localization, make the translation better, bullshit, whatever. And out of all the things that possibly, you could fix in MGS1, the fucking Rivermore National Labs was not fixed. So how did that slip by them twice? So it's Livermore, but of course English turns it into Rivermore, and since both Livermore or liver and river are a word, they thought maybe that was okay, but, you know. Out of all the fucking things that did need to be fixed in MGS1 script, that slipped by them twice. In Twin Snakes, it still says Rivermore. It's just fucking Livermore, but no. So that's amazing that they set out to do that, and it still slipped past them. And Rock, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah, we were looking at Otacon's PS1 here, which is not just any PS1, one of those PS1 development kits. I remember those things being completely black, not like this dark gray here. What is it called? Like the Net Euros, how the hell you pronounce that? I remember that you could make those little simple games on it. But see how it's still darker than the controller? So it's supposed to be that. Maybe making it just pitched completely dark black, you know, would have made it look bad. Maybe you couldn't see the details on it, but it's darker. But I swear those things were completely black, not just a darker shade of gray. But yeah, maybe Otacon was developing something. It's got those advanced PS1 wireless controllers. There's no wire on it. Probably because they couldn't render it. Yeah, it's a little blocky, but it looks close enough. And unfortunately this is gone in MGS4 when we come back. Maybe Otacon took it with him when he left. Or maybe, I don't know, fucking Vamp stole it or something, I don't know. Here we have Police Knots posters. Oh, there comes Bad Humans with his wisdom, as always. We'll be coming back here to take a look at. Of course, Koshima's Ghost isn't Police Knots poster. This one, we'll be taking a look at it. So maybe the controller's supposed to be the clear white one. I don't know, it's hard to say with the colors. That does look like kind of a default PS1 gray though. It's just that next to that controller makes it look darker. So it could be either way. Who knows? So he either has a developer console or the developer controller. Maybe both. Both would make the most sense actually. Whatever. Alright, let's do some nostalgia calls.
Otacon said that now it's possible to design and test new types of nuclear weapons in a virtual simulation without ever exploding a nuclear device. Is that true?
Yes, it is true. Since the establishment of DART and NEEF early in the 21st century, there has been a wealth of data concerning nuclear fission and fusion. There is also much data accumulated from the nuclear tests conducted over the last 4 decades. With the processing speed of today's supercomputers, they can design a new nuclear weapon through virtual reality computer simulations.
VR. Nah. It's not exactly that it got replaced by Zone of the Enders at MGS4. The Zone of the Enders posters here are from Twin Snakes, and actually one of MGS4's biggest fucking mistakes is acknowledging Twin Snakes' existence. So what you end up seeing in MGS4 here is both. You see the Police Knots poster in the back, and then the Zone of the Enders posters on top of it, kind of like peeling off, so you can see the Police Knots poster below it. One of MGS4's biggest fucking sins is acknowledging Twin Snakes' existence. There's screenshots of it, there's audio lines from it, and there's the dual posters here because of it. God damn it. I didn't even know you could put screenshots of a GameCube game, but I guess it's whatever, they have rights to all that shit. Anyway, we got card 4 now, and card 4 has no story use whatsoever. This door opens anyway, and all the other doors are below level 4, and we can go back to Meryl instantly and get card 5 right away from her. So card 4 doesn't actually do anything unless you want to get the camera early, which you kind of have to do if you want to get all the ghosts. But then again, if you want to get all the ghosts, you have to start New Game Plus with the camera, because some of them are in the dock area and you can never go back to the dock area. But yeah, I found it interesting that card 4 doesn't actually have any story purpose, unlike all the others. And something similar in MGS2, Stillman briefly mentions that he has card 4 to get to Shell 2. And you know that like parallel between Stillman and Otacon, in which they both injure their legs, and they both have Snake tell them something like, you know, I can't babysit you, I just need your help over the codec or whatever, I just need your brain, you stay here. So there's that parallel between Stillman and Otacon. They both injure their legs. Snake tells them to, you know, they'd be a burden in some way. And then they both have card 4. I noticed that recently. It's just Stillman just briefly mentions it, because you don't even need card 4. You only need like card 3. In fact, he gives Snake card 3 to get to Shell 2, and then he's like, I can get to Shell 2 at card 4. So I think that's also supposed to parallel Otacon and MGS1 with card 4. Snake and a Cake, thank you so much for the $5 to kill Meryl and break her neck before the bathroom. We can actually do that. So you want Meryl dead twice. Damn. You're getting 2 Meryl kills out of these $5. So Meryl is actually here now. We can hear the music change. That's Mantis's theme. That means Meryl's around here.
You still haven't found Meryl? She's dressed like one of the terrorists, but that's just on the outside. The inside hasn't changed. Watch for the way she walks.
How many memory cards do you need to beat the Ghost File Run? Let me show you. 7, apparently. Because I have all these Ghost memory cards. Oh, fuck. I don't know why the PS3 doesn't just let you create a bigger memory card, like with simulating more slots on it. You're capped at the default capacity, so you have to make a bunch of fucking memory cards. It's a good question, actually. Alright, time to look at people's asses for a while.
Well, it looks like you've rescued Emmerich for the time being.
Yeah, with that stealth camouflage, he should be able to hide safely. Gray Fox. I can't believe it. But the real problem is your niece. The way the codec got cut off like that has me worried. Something must have happened to her.
You're worried about Meryl?
Not exactly. It's just that she's holding the detonation code override keys. They're our last chance of stopping that nuclear launch.
You're a cold man. Your mission is more important than the life of your companions?
This is war. Survival is the name of the game. Sometimes you have to be cold to survive.
Yes, but...
Snake, either way, I want you to find Meryl as soon as possible.
I understand.
Oh shit, no way. We have like a donation war within the donation war going on right now. Before I had a chance to actually snap Meryl's neck, somebody donated $10 not to snap Meryl's neck. Thank you. Hey, don't break Meryl's neck and save her instead of letting her die. Snake, what kind of hero are you? A Kiefer kind or David kind? You should just be an Akio kind, you know? Sorry, Snake and a Cake, somebody overruled you. Ah, that's fucking funny. 2 donation wars from Meryl's fate at once. Thanks, guys. What was I gonna do? Master, how do I look at people's asses?
Snake, you've got to think. Your mind is your most dangerous weapon. If things are getting too complicated, try to simplify your thoughts. You can also try...
He already said that. He's just saying generic shit right now. Oh, and the Stasher has really interesting calls about what Otacon just said. Probably Prime with the Prime sub. How appropriate. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard.
In order to collect data for the simulation experiments, they are doing subcritical tests underground. Those are experiments in which they detonate high explosives in proximity to plutonium without setting off a critical chain reaction. They then measure the effect that the shockwave has on the plutonium. By measuring the particles which fly off the surface of the plutonium, they can learn the mass, speed, and distribution of the plutonium particles. The politicians insist that whether it is above ground or below ground, a nuclear test which does not cause a nuclear explosion is not a nuclear test, and therefore does not violate the CTBT. A lot of people do not agree with that interpretation.
Hey, you guys are starting to confuse me. So another 500 bits from Garlic Burp. That sounds delicious. When you burp and you just taste everything you just ate again. Alright, so I guess we are snapping Meryl's neck. Ah, fuck it. I was gonna do it anyway, probably. But I guess those 500 bits go towards killing her that way. Okay, let me just this checkpoint real quick, because I'm gonna have to do that call again. Wolfie, thanks for the raid. And oh fuck, Furious won't have any of it. Holy shit. So every time, okay, before we have a chance to snap Meryl's neck, somebody keeps donating not to snap her neck. May I remind you that the donation war is for the actual ending of the game. We can't have like a nested donation war. But holy shit, Furious with the 50 bucks. So generous, thank you so much. Let's not hear us next snap and save Meryl, or else we're getting a twin snakes on. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, that's a serious threat. 50 bucks for saving Meryl. Thank you, Furious. God, I don't. Please, no. Please, no. No. Please, just let me be sane until April at least. Okay, so that's her. We should clean it up, I guess. Okay, so imagine that you're just taking a piss and then that happens. Alright, how about this? Snake in a cake donated $3 to snap the neck. I mean, technically that does not beat the previous donation, but that's not what the donations are for. They're for the actual ending of the game. So please just give me a break. I'll do it, okay? Fuck it, I'll do it. That's not gonna change the outcome. Let me just get this checkpoint. Damn, you guys are crazy. Also, that means that those two guys I just killed are going to respawn.
Snake.
It is a pretty satisfying snap.
What's wrong? Snake! Snake!
In fact, it's worth comparing it. It's a much more serious neck snap. Like, compare it to this, right? Listen. Okay. That's the default neck snap. And like, this one is so much more serious.
Snake.
Whoa, that sounds nasty.
What's wrong? Snake! Snake!
That sounds like, yeah, a solid pop. Alright. Let's do the rest of Nastasia's calls.
The first subcritical test was performed on July 2nd, 1997 at the Nevada Nuclear Testing Facility. After that, subcritical testing became extremely common, not only in America, but in Russia countries too. They say that the reason for the tests is to ensure the safety and reliability of the existing nuclear stockpile, but that is nothing more than a flimsy cover story. In reality, the danger of a nuclear weapon exploding accidentally decreases over time. It is clear that the real reason for these tests is to aid in the development of new types of nuclear weapons. Even the government admits that the data collected from those tests is used in virtual reality simulation tests.
Gustavo has nothing to do with Naomi. I know they look similar because the change portraits familiar too, but they have nothing to do with each other other than the fact that, you know, they're both related to Grey Fox in some way. They both have some sort of relationship. But yeah, it can be confusing because they kind of look identical, but yeah, don't get confused by that. Also, to make it even more complicated, Gustavo's original name was Nartasha or something misspelled like that. Not to be confused with Nastasha, which is also like a typo of Natasha. So it's like Natasha's Nartasha, Nastasha, and then it looks like fucking Naomi.
That would explain everything.
Indeed. Before they changed the portraits and some of the names in the Metal Gear 2 re-release, so it can be double confusing. Sounds like another character, looks like another character. Now,
That is amazing. Dr. Emmerich's father participated in the Manhattan Project? That was the secret World War II project responsible for the creation of the first atomic bomb. It had a huge budget, something like $2 billion. They brought in 120,000 of the best and brightest scientists and engineers to work on it. And we all know how that story ended. In July of 1945, they exploded the first nuclear device at Trinity, followed shortly after by Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Trinity. The world was changed forever that day. Scientists and researchers could no longer pretend that their hands were clean of blood. Afterwards, the leader of the Manhattan Project, J. Robert Oppenheimer, said, "The physicists have known sin, and this is a knowledge which they cannot lose."
yeah, it is his grandfather's kind of a little mistake there, I guess. Nastasha doesn't give a shit. She doesn't pay attention to those little details. She get a TMD calls here.
When Dr. Emmerich designed the new Metal Gear prototype, he thought he was creating a mobile TMD system. He is a very naive man. TMD stands for Theater Missile Defense. They represent a shift in defense priorities from dealing with the threat of ICBMs from the former Soviet Union to dealing with small-scale regional conflicts in the Third World. Current TMD systems work by a combination of THAADs, Theater High Altitude Air Defense, which intercept missiles outside of the atmosphere, and Patriot-type missiles, which intercept missiles within the atmosphere. Dr. Emmerich was planning on them using Metal Gear as a low-atmosphere, mobile missile interceptor unit. There are many in Russia, as well as America, who are opposed to TMD systems because they say that it undermines the spirit of the ABM, the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. And there are also those who say that the ABM Treaty is a dinosaur left over from the Cold War. They argue that the strategy of MAD should be maintained by limiting missile defense systems. There was a big debate over it, but ultimately, under pressure from the defense industry, who was looking to expand into new markets, TMD systems were accepted as an integral part of a modern military arsenal.
The remake's command would just say, please stop. There's just enough, please.
After the fall of the Soviet Union, the nuclear management program fell to pieces. In the late 1990s, there were rumors that nearly 100 suitcase-sized nuclear bombs mysteriously disappeared from the Soviet arsenal. We still do not know whether it is true or not, but it is possible that they fell into the hands of terrorists. They say that there are 500...
Okay, she's repeating stuff now.
So Meryl's disguised as an enemy soldier, huh? Well, even so, you should be able to spot her if you look close enough. Use either first-person view or corner view mode to get a really close look.
A really
You might also
close
try
look.
to sneak in by covering yourself with that cardboard box.
So what he's talking about here is, hear that squeaky noise? Oh shit, Meryl's ass killed the stream. That walk. Oh shit, the other guy's gonna see me. Hold on, let's kill these two guys first so we can investigate Meryl a little better. Oh shit, she heard that. So she should know the snake hides in boxes, so when she sees a box, she should know it's him, but no. Who's gonna get that ration? So if we look in first person or the corner view, squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh shit, she just goes through it. So there's your cue that her ass cheeks are just really sweaty. So when she walks, I guess they get squeaky. Oh shit, she's had enough. Oh shit, run! Okay, so actually, okay, let's wait, because if you wait long enough, she goes to the bathroom herself, and she will also come out of the bathroom if you chase her in there. So you don't strictly need to get spotted by her, she will go there eventually by herself. But if you're right behind her when she goes in, then you catch her literally with her pants off. And she will not have time to change, she will not have pants on for the first half of the cutscene with her. So yeah, if we're a little patient here, she'll come back out. And we'll get the calls in there. Of course, all those calls removed from Twin Snakes. You don't even get a chance to call anybody in there because the cutscene starts as soon as you enter the rest. There she is. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. I have identified the target. Oh shit, she's coming here.
That inner voice that...
Ah, he doesn't care.
So Meryl's disguise...
Get a really close look. Oh my god, it's an enemy. We should beat him up. Oops. Alright, now we definitely have time to get in there with her. Notice how when the door opens, you still can get in there for like a split second. There you go. And when we're in here, these 2 seconds that we're in here before the cutscene.
Snake, that is a woman's bathroom. You should not be in there.
But I saw Meryl go in here.
Even so, Snake.
This is our only chance to talk alone together. I was sure she was in here.
Best call in the game here.
Snake, that's a lady's bathroom.
I know that. Saw Meryl come in here.
So you went in after her? Are you some kind of pervert? I won't let you save your mission now.
Listen, Mei Ling, this is the only place on the base that I can talk to Meryl alone.
Whatever, weirdo. Don't call me again.
She really shouldn't let you save here.
Colonel, I saw your niece, but...
Really? Where?
She went in the ladies' bathroom. That's strange. I saw her go in, but now she's nowhere to be found.
You'll just have to look in the stalls, I guess.
I guess you're right. I'll take him in order.
Does Otacon care? I think so.
Did you find Meryl?
Sort of. I'm positive I saw her come into this bathroom, but...
There's only one exit, right?
Yeah.
Well, then she must still be in there. Is there any place she might be hiding in there?
Don't move.
No pants.
That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
You're Meryl? There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake. Besides, it's a waste of time. When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
Same smart mouth. You're Meryl, all right. Are you hurt?
Not yet. After all, I was disguised as a genome soldier.
So why'd you change? You'd be a lot better off dressed like one of them.
I got tired of disguising myself. The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I was a fan of Foxhound way back, when guys like you and my uncle were in it. None of that gene therapy like there is today. You guys were real heroes.
There are no heroes in war. All the heroes I know are either dead or in prison. One or the other.
But Snake, you're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a man who's good at what he does. Killing. There's no winning or losing for a mercenary. The only winners in war are the people.
That's right, and you fight for the people.
I've never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life, no ultimate goal.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield. The only time I feel truly alive.
Seeing other people die makes you feel alive, huh? You love war and don't want it to stop? Is it the same with all great soldiers throughout history?
Why didn't you contact me?
My codec was broken.
Is that all?
Shouldn't you just be happy we met up like this? How did you recognize me in disguise?
I never forget a lady.
So there's something you like about me, huh?
Yeah, you've got a great butt.
Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. What's next?
On the battlefield, you never think about what's next.
So Snake, how are the negotiations going?
No progress.
So it's all up to you, huh?
Somebody's got to stop them from launching a nuclear missile.
There are two ways. Either we destroy Metal Gear, or...
we override the detonation code. You got the card keys from Baker?
Card keys? You mean this?
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other 2 be?
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
Metal Gear is in an underground maintenance base to the north.
Take me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down, I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Got it. I'll be careful. You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman. I always dreamed of becoming a soldier. But I was wrong. It wasn't really my dream. My father, he was killed in action when I was younger.
You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps?
Not really. I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better.
So are you a soldier yet?
I thought I was until today, but now I understand. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself, afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know.
Take a good look. You won't get another chance for a while. You should wash your face, too, while you're at it.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are riding on this. There are no heroes or heroines. If you lose, you're worm food.
Yeah.
Is that FAMAS functional?
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a .50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Huh, so I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Come on, use my .45.
Listen, I've used a gun like this since I was 8 years old. I'm more comfortable with it than I am with a bra. If we're gonna go to the north, we'll have to go through the commander's room on this floor. The overland route is blocked by glaciers. The door to the commander's room is security level 5. This card will open it. It was inside the pocket of the uniform I was wearing.
Looks like he must have been guarding someplace important.
Okay, let's go. I know this place better than you. I'll be point man. Follow me.
Right, guys, that's gonna be it for today. 6 hours in.
It's a good thing you hooked up with Meryl.
That's
You
a
should
cute
have
call,
seen the
actually.
colonel. He doesn't like to let it show because he's the boss, but he was so happy he could barely contain himself.
I'm glad to hear that.
You can hear Mei Ling is such in a good mood. Yeah, we're trying to have something that resembles somewhat of a schedule, normal sleeping and streaming time. So I'm gonna be streaming maybe 4 or 5 times a week, guys. And you know, in order to not burn myself out, and also because I got other shit to do sometimes, we're looking at maybe 6 to 8 hour streams. Every once in a while, we'll be doing occasional crazy marathons still. But yeah. That's why the stream title says part 1 today. Because when I do in-depth runs like this, I don't really want to rush it and like want to finish the game in one sitting, because that means doing like 10, 12, 15 hours. Because there's a lot of shit in MGS1, you know, and even more in the others. Like you do an MGS2 in-depth run, you can easily get to 20 hours if you want to do everything and talk about everything. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with the rest of MGS1 in depth. Gonna be a weird feeling just picking up a save in the middle, as I usually just finish the games in one sitting, but I really gotta stop doing that. Age is catching up with me, and we can have streams more often that way. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Don't worry, we're keeping the donation war amounts over there, so we'll keep those for tomorrow. And I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Maybe you saw something new in MGS1. There's no better feeling than showing off these details, and somebody goes like, "Oh, what the fuck? I've never seen that detail before." It's really nice. And these games, sometimes we still find things after 20 years plus.
Thanks, Fox Engine.
Exactly. Especially in the Fox Engine. Yeah. MGS-V in-depth run when that game is as deep as the puddles of water that it has. Yeah. But I will be going through 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll be doing this sort of extended run where we go through the extra calls.
No shit.
And throw in some Easter eggs, some development behind the scene details, stuff like that, or the gameplay aspects and all that good stuff. So we'll be going through a lot of good stuff in the next few days. So I hope to see you guys around for that. And let's go raid Peach again. All right. See you guys.